Hello and well met, everybody. It has been a while since we last saw your wonderful faces in the chat. My name is Graham or Graham Crackers. Can I have some music for our lovely audience? Thank you so much. So, we're here again. It has been since last Friday since we last saw your wonderful faces in the chat. If this is your first time tuning in to Graham Crackers, here at Graham Crackers, we are all about making memories with friends, whether those are through TTRPGs, RPGs, or MMORPGs. It's all about the people you bring into your life and the time you spend with them. But tonight we are resuming our D&D 5e homebrew campaign, Goldshine Investigations, where I will be playing Gaheras Nervos, or should I say, Lord Gaheras Nervos Blackmont, Lord of the Barodels and of the Silver Sanctum. But I'm joined by some phenomenal people. While they need no introduction, I'd love to know three things. Well, I'd love to know two things. Matt would love to know one thing. I'd love to know who they are and who they're playing. And Matt, what's our question for the week?
My question is actually this time not directed at the characters, but at you, the players, is once this campaign comes and goes, what do you intend to fill the void that is left on your Fridays with?
Pizza.
Valid. I respect that.
A respectable answer.
Well, guys, I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, a water genasi, cleric, rogue, etc. And on Fridays, I mean, I usually have pizza on Fridays, so I assume pizza on Fridays will be a continual thing.
It's going to continue to be a factor in your life.
Yeah. Heck, maybe I'll just relax on the damn couch and watch some damn TV after a work week. That sounds almost as good as D&D. And off to you, Kari.
Hello everyone, it's me, Kari. I play Israel, the half-elf Fae-Pact Warlock, and I do not know the question because I was distracted. So what's the question?
Well, what do you plan to do on Fridays once this campaign finishes?
So the thing is, this is not the only place that I get my fix of tabletop RPG / D&D. Sorry to burst everyone's bubbles here, but I actually play a game that should, for all intents and purposes, be dead, but it is based on D&D, and I go and play there in my free time, as well as I play, obviously, Guild Wars 2, as many of you know. So that's generally what I do. Other times, I also just do stuff with my housemates, like watch TV, watch movies. Occasionally, we speak about nerdy shit, and I just get caught up doing that for 2 hours, but any of those things at this point are going to be like, delightful after the Friday I've had, so looking forward to it. But I will be right back. Small emergency, but I will be back.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
And hello everyone, my name is Jeremy, and I play the Barrow Lord Ivron Blackmont, the Aasimar, Protector Aasimar, Oath of Devotion Paladin. And I would just hope to fill that time with another D&D campaign. This is my only hobby right now, has been for a while, and this is the only window I'm allowed, as I have a very busy life. So, and I hope to get to play alongside some of the people here once again. But without further ado, I will now pass it off to you, Matt.
Hello, I am Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else. And I mostly was asking what you guys were doing on Friday just because I was legitimately curious, and I thought it would make for a decent question. As for me, I'm probably going to also fill it with additional campaigns since I run paid games on the side. So I will probably be filling that. However, my partner has also insisted I keep my Fridays clear to spend time with them, or they will staple me to the ceiling. So I will also be doing a lot of that. I will be doing a lot of not getting stapled to the ceiling. Without further ado, are we all ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
Heck yes. Swan dive.
Speaking of swans, there's this cool movie I was.
We're bringing it full circle.
All right. When we last left off on the Goldshine investigations, the party made the journey to the Arrowhead Desert as the priest continues to rampage in the northern mountains, slowly making its way from Amelia City to Valebright. The royals of Mazai have dispersed to assemble their armies, gather your allies, and march to Valebright for a final battle that will determine the fate of the world. Whoever wins and loses will prove whether Avron and Gaheris' uncle, Lord Yoron Els, truly is right that this is the only way to bring peace, or perhaps you can diplomatically present an alternative. Making your way to the Arrowhead Desert, you finally confronted Kenny Caldwell, who had apparently been waiting for you. However, as the priest awoke, he found that finally getting his revenge on the people he blamed for his sister's death did not bring him the satisfaction he hoped it would. And the party convinced him that perhaps there could be purpose and meaning found in doing good rather than vengeance. And with a bit of consideration, and seeing that it was likely to kill him anyway, Kenny decided to take you up on it. And with that, almost every cultist that you know of is either arrested, killed, or an ally to you, with the exception of one. Waylon Quail Mariner, aka the Gambler, currently residing in Smythe and hiding. The last known member of the Children of Red Sight, and unless Yoron is sitting on a secret pile of allies he hasn't called on yet, his last tether to his former cult. With interest of catching this mysterious gambler, and given only a mysterious warning from Kenny Caldwell, who claimed to know the man, to never shake his hand, you made your way west, and finally were greeted by Griez's homeland, the Black Swamp, which Griez stayed to scout out the mysterious graveyard said to be rife with magical energies and populated by necromancers, in an effort to determine what exactly is threatening his home and report back to all of you with that information. And while Griez goes about doing that, you guys have arrived at Smythe and are beginning to enter into the city limits. And that is where we will pick up.
What does the city look like, Matt?
Well, I'd be happy to tell you.
I would sure be glad to be told.
As you guys enter into the city of Smythe, you are greeted by a somewhat unseasonable looking place. Given its proximity to the coast, you would expect a certain amount of almost tropical energy to it, much like Pinewood Pines has, as this is essentially the mirror counterpart to it. However, between the storm rampaging due to the priest and Kenny Caldwell's proximity in the desert across the way, an unseasonable cold has fallen on Smythe. As a result, snow covers the houses and streets. However, unlike this place seems actually pretty well prepared for it. Gaheris, for a little bit of trivia, you and your brother, of course, having done a lot of research, both through brushing elbows with nobility and everyone in your case just doing some reading, both of you have at least a working awareness of what Smythe is in the grand scheme of things. Smythe was once a city-state, and still is to a certain degree, and it was once part of the Common Alliance, as unspoken as it always was. You may have noticed that gnomes, halflings, dwarves, Cambion, humans all had representation in the meeting you guys held, yet elves were mysteriously absent. As Smythe is the last stronghold of the elves, as they have lost all their other land to the Bluefield Alliance. And even this land is being intruded upon by the Bluefield Alliance to a degree where most do not even consider Smythe a functioning city of the common anymore. Looking around, while you do still see a strong, bustling population of elves, you also see gargoyles, orcs. You even see kind of primitive-looking warforged trudging through the snow. However, among the undercommon, there is also elves, humans, halflings, and Gaheris, you notice, more than any other place you've been, a bustling population of Cambion, like yourself. Ever since Smythe was lost, at least in effect, to the Undercommon, while they are still granted their independence and it is considered the last stronghold of the elves, the Undercommon are allowed to come and go as they please, and the Bluefield Alliance does effectively hold dominion over the city-state. And with that in mind, Smythe has been divided into two halves. One half populated by the common folk, one half by the Bluefield Alliance. And while they intermingle freely, the two of them draw a very clear boundary. And since news of the peace treaty has not reached them yet, tensions are still rather high. Especially as, Gaheris, you can't help but notice that the common folk, elves, halflings, and Cambion, are relegated to the port side, which is noticeably, for those less well off, shall we say, the slums. While the orcs, gargoyles, and other such creatures live closer to the Black Swamp, and those areas are much higher quality and have more access to resources, as the Black Swamp is one of two natural wooded locations left in Mazai. You can see that these spotted black and white fungi dot the town, and I'll say Israel, being very naturally attuned, you know that these are actually a very rare fungus that only grows in places like the Black Swamp, and Smythe deliberately cultivates them as it is very profitable for them to do so. And most importantly of all, you all know two things going into Smythe. Somewhere here in a casino on the rough side of town is the gambler who is planning to make a retreat from the Children of Red site, but maybe the only person left you can ask for any remaining questions you have about the organization and how it ran, as the gambler supposedly was one of the most trusted operatives before he left. And somewhere in the city, gods only know where, Utaka's master awaits to confront their pupil. What was originally meant to be a, at worst, disciplinary hearing before the two of them worked together to resolve the cosmic conflict, with the decisions Utaka has made recently, maybe significantly less peaceful. As you all make your way into Smythe, the buildings are all very colorful. Given that, again, there's that divide between the rich and poor sides of town and those who are relegated to live in either side, perhaps because of that, even the rich side of town, which you guys are going through first, has that kind of element of seediness to it. And among the snowy covered hilly streets, you can see all the buildings are aglow, magical signs brightly lit. Given that the elves lived here natively, everything is very magically attuned. And you can see spelled out in magical crystals to glow like neon lights are various shops. Gaheris, you can see a crystalline, magically animated elvish woman signaling that the building is a brothel. You can see fancy restaurants, piers where ships come and go. And in the distance, as the hills slope down into a valley that hugs the coast, you can see the much more cruddy and awkward looking buildings that the common folk typically live in. The streets are covered in snow. Common and undercommon alike come and go amongst the snowy streets. Given how far away Smythe is from everything, and the fact that one would have to make their way through the Black Swamp to give them a message, these people seem completely unaware of how serious the situation is. As far as they are concerned, this is just a storm that's gone on for an unnaturally long time, which, given that they're coastal and near a swamp, is not something that they're completely unfamiliar with. It's it almost feels like you've been transported into another world that's just completely oblivious to the dangers you're facing. With that in mind, as snow falls all around you and cheerful music lifts through the streets, what would you all like to do?
You know, it's said, what happens in Smythe stays in Smythe. So, be aware.
Now,
I never heard that.
Yes, I quite rather wonder where you heard that, and why you deemed it proper to remember, Ivron.
I read books. I studied.
You never spent any time here, leaving stuff here, did you?
No, of course not. As I said, I read books and study.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
We are going to stand out a bit, I think, as he points to the Nightmare and the Pegasus and the, all of our splendorous armaments.
Barry's just like, hey.
I'll fit in fine. Don't worry about me.
Israel looks at all of you bedecked in your crazy plate mail, and she just looks at her stuff, which is still pretty normal looking, and she's like, sure. Of course.
I think we'll be fine.
We still have Yao.
I mean,
Everything.
do I need to wait outside? Is this one of those scenarios?
That sounds like a fucking terrible idea.
I think anywhere we make you wait is going to be a terrible idea.
Is anyone looking at us? I'm gonna take a quick cursory ocular pat down.
Roll perception.
I'd love to. That is a 11 plus perception. That's a 19.
As you look around, you notice this mostly while Utaka is kind of dressing down Ivron about, like, have you been here? Kind of interrogating them. And as Ivron insists up and down that it's just through research, they've never been in Smythe before, you do notice outside of that brothel I mentioned, a beautiful, curvy, orcish woman sitting outside on a barrel who noticeably looks at Ivron and gives a and winks at him. Although whether that's just advertising her business or familiarity with the silver-haired man is hard to tell.
Well, I don't know what kind of books he reads. I will make a note of that, and so I suppose we should probably find the casino.
Y'all need me to, like, hold your hands while you do that?
I mean, I was going to suggest that perhaps Ivron could ask someone nearby, where the casino is. I'm sure there's someone willing to help nearby, maybe on a barrel.
I mean, I think it's fairly
Ivron
obvious that way, at
step
least.
down and goes to talk to the curvy orc to give the directions while they converse.
Israel just gives a look to Utaka and just shake her head.
I mean, like, it's not gonna be in this sort of fucking, like, higher class area. Come on.
Israel gets a confused look on her face and looks at the brothel. And she's like, I was just gonna look for the sign that has, like, coins or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, down that way.
Well, I just figured, a casino would be in the rich part of town because they have the money.
Yeah, but you're not thinking straight. This is a fucking coast town. They want the sailors.
Well, I mean, don't sailors get paid upon signing up for a voyage or upon
Yeah,
return?
most of that stuff's down by the docks.
See, I presumed that the sailors are rich one night after a sail, and then they go to the rich part of town, spend the coin, and then they're back.
Sorry, where are you from again?
The Barodels?
Alright, that have a casino? Is it on the coast?
No.
Okay. So I'm from a place with some casinos that's on the coast.
I mean, that's fair.
Wait.
I'll leave it to you, but I bet... How about we put a wager? 5 gold?
Yeah, sure.
I bet
fucker.
5 gold it's on the rich side of town.
Okay. You're on.
Or there's numerous casinos.
I bet 5 gold. It's where people get their, like, quick paydays and are willing to spend it. So by the docks.
Israel, as you listen to the two of them immediately just starting to get competitive in placing wagers, Ivron, you approach the brothel. And the orc woman leans forward, giving you a generous view, shall we say, and placing her tusked head on her hands. Going my way, handsome?
Perhaps, but perhaps not. It depends. May I have directions, madam?
I'm more than happy to help a handsome man like you. Where you need directions to, pumpkin?
Well, we are looking for a casino. I'm not sure if there are more than just one in this fabulous city you have here, but is there one nearby?
She kind of smiles and is like trailing her finger along her tusk. And as she smiles at you, she thinks for a moment and I'm struggling to remember. If only I had something to jog my memory a little bit. Something that matches your beautiful hair.
Why, of course. Here. And he gives her, let's say, 5 gold pieces.
She takes 5 gold, stuffs it down her shirt, and pops a few of the buttons, and leans back and again, very generous showing, which despite the freezing cold doesn't seem to be bothering her at all. Again, these people seem pretty used to the cold.
It's not bothering me either. Jeez, I'm just getting hot in here. Oh, God.
Yeah, like the snow around you starts to melt.
Yeah, this plate mail. Ugh.
Well, for someone as generous as you, darling, you'll want the Horseman's house down by the docks.
Tell me, is this a casino of ill repute, or is it for the likes of us? And he motions over to his group.
You're not investigators, are you?
Not at all.
And Ivron, as you say that, you notice like there's a halfling just kind of like picking their teeth, not like down the road. But whenever the question gets posed, "Are you investigators?" you notice the halfling starts looking your way and puts a hand on their belt, and you can notice a few people in the street actually visibly stop and like wait for your answer before continuing. And she kind of looks you up and down, and I will say, Ivron, as you technically are not with the Goldshine Investigation Agency, do you consider that an honest answer?
It is definitely the way that Ivron, if he is to lie, lies. He admits truth. He does not lie outright. So, I would say he's banking on the fact that it is technically true.
Deception.
Sure. Oh, I didn't even take out my die. Oh my gosh. So it's I think it's the first time Ivron's rolled deception. Holy cow. Let's see how this goes. Alright, 19.
She seems mollified, and all the people continue to just go about their business, and everything becomes noticeably less tense. And she smiles and... If you got enough coin like that to throw away on a gal like me, then the Horseman's house would be perfect for you. The proprietor prides himself on always running fair games. We have no interest in cheating people out of coin, not when we have someone like him to take it from you fair and square.
This is good to know. Tell me, who is this proprietor? Does he have a name?
Not a name as much as he tells us, but goes by Conquest.
Well, that is, I'm sure that is fitting. Thank you, my dear. And
Happy to help, doll.
He'll slip her another 2 gold pieces, and in his best Gaheris imitation, like, toss back his hair and give her a wink and like, finger guns.
You know, you just reminded me, I do have one more thing. Come here.
He he puts his ear up as if she's gonna tell him a secret.
And she immediately grabbing your head, just full on, and and as Gaharis, I can imagine you can see your brother struggling. She lets you go, and as you stumble away, she blows you a kiss. And for money like that, come back anytime for a good night, cutie.
You hear your sister-in-law going, "Woo, get it!"
You can hear Gaharis cackling, and plate mail shouldn't bend this way, but he's like doubled over laughing and like pointing.
The plate mail's like squeaking as you like double overlap.
It's like barely staying on Nathan.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Israel's just going, "Yeah, get it."
If Ron does not put his plate mail helm or put his helm back on, but throws his hood over his face as he's blushing, he's like, all right, let's go. I found out where we need to go," and he'll relay the information to the rest of the group.
Pay me later.
All
I
right.
gotta scram.
Yep. 5 gold on whatever card game you decide to get into.
Taka gives Ivran a lingering, somewhat irritated look before he departs.
Did I do something wrong?
I don't think so. You got us directions, and that's really all you needed to, brother. Well, shall we? I'm sure Otaka knows where he's going. I can see him at the end of the street. I will just follow after Otaka.
Oh! Okay.
Utaka, make an investigation check.
What do you think I'm investigating for?
Are you trying to find the casino, or are you just walking?
No, I said you guys go. I'm gonna scram. I was not intending to lead them to a casino.
You can't leave Utaka alone. Gods fight when that happens.
All right, so I'll say, where are you going, or are you just wandering?
I was gonna, about halfway down the street, cast a sending spell.
Okay. So I'll say, while the others are making their way towards you, you get to the end
Wait,
of the
are we
snowy
splitting
street.
the party? That's my question.
Don't have to be, but
Yeah,
I
it sounds like you guys are following them, so.
Well, I can't speak for everyone in Israel.
I thought the whole point was for us to stick together and go to the casino.
Immediately
so he's
split.
gonna be like, I don't know, I don't think this is the way, but okay, we'll go this way.
All right, so in that case, if nobody has any objections, as the
can
party
follow.
heads down the road to catch up with you, Utaka, you cast sending.
Hey, it's Perry. I'm here. Where the fuck are you?
There's a pause before you hear a voice respond. Come to the graveyard on top of the hill.
Okay. He pauses and starts like whipping around to look and see where a hill is, and sees these fuckwads like showing up.
Yeah, just milling behind you, like, where are we going?
Honestly, like, Israel has like her hands in her pockets, and she's just like looking up and down the street. She's really indifferent as to which or what they do first. She's more interested because she's never been anywhere that has any elves, so this is like pretty new and cool to her. Literally the most elves she has ever been near her entire life. So she's just like, this is cool. This is neat and fun.
Wait, why are y'all following me?
Is there a reason we shouldn't?
I thought you were going somewhere fun.
None of us should wander alone.
I mean, I'm probably like going to a graveyard, but I thought you guys were going to the casino.
Do you have business in the graveyard? I mean...
Yeah? Why would I go there if I didn't have business there?
I don't pretend to understand or know.
Okay.
Do you want backup?
He looks a little like uncertain about that. I don't know if I'll be needing it.
Do you want to go to the graveyard and I don't know, wait a distance away so that we can hear you scream?
I could connect us all telepathically.
That,
Distance,
yeah,
we could
that.
communicate.
Do
That would
that.
be handy.
Just do that. And then we'll go do our thing, and then you scream if you need us or something, right?
I mean, that put you too far away to help,
Well,
though.
how about this? We split up. One of us stays with Utaka, and the other two go to the casino. And then we rendezvous, and we'll all be in touch, so if anything happens, we can, start making way either way.
I like that plan.
All right.
Great. All in agreement with that plan.
So, needless to say, Israel and I will be going to the casino. Enjoy. I'm going to bet all of my gold on black.
No. She just announces that, and she would turn to lead them toward the docks, because that's where she heard Utaka said the casino is most likely to be. And frankly, she trusts Utaka on this matter, being someone who has been in a place that has casinos. That's a sensible assumption to make.
Yeah. So, Utaka and Ivron looking for the graveyard on the hill, and Gaharis and Israel making your way.
Looking awkward as fuck first.
Ivron just smiles at you like, "Hey, it's us. I don't think we've gotten a chance to pal around, just the two of us for quite a while."
It's been a long time.
Well, Master Utaka, I am at your service. And he
The
gives you
what?
a sort of bow. Whatever business you have my support.
Ugh. What? Don't call me that.
As you wish.
Okay. I mean, technically, I guess High Priest is more accurate, but we don't need to talk about that either. That's fine.
He gives you a smirk, as if he's jesting upon titles, but if he sees you're uncomfortable, he'll stop.
Okay.
Do you know who I'm going to see?
I actually don't think Ivron's been a part of those conversations, so he's gonna shake his head and say, "No." But again, whatever business you have, I am there to support you and back you up. He pats you on the shoulder. It's like, I trust you.
Well, that's good, because I don't know if I trust myself here. Let's go.
Alright. The two of you begin to search for this graveyard where Utaka's master awaits. Gaharis and Israel, the two of you make your way down to the docks, and it's this transition that's like night and day. You pass out of the wealthier, and again, to say wealthier is, it's still by most standards. The constant trading off of the city between the common and undercommon has not been kind to the city's wealth. But you pass through some farmland, and that sort of seems to act as the barrier between the two sides. And you find yourself on the common folks side of the land, so to speak. And again, night and day. The houses are run down, suffering from the weather. Elves sit outside in the cold. Their clothes are thin, but they're keeping their spirits high, sitting around fires they've set up outside to chase the freezing snow away. And Gaharis, you see more of your own kind here than you have pretty much anywhere else. All colors, red, blue, purple even. And almost all of them, to a one, are engaged, obviously, in something illicit. You can see a purple tiefling with gleaming red eyes and a colorful coat sitting cross-legged in the snow across the street, and doing these sleight of hand tricks to try and draw in a crowd as a street magician. You can see a young elvish man with long dark hair is singing a song, and you can see a bunch of rats from the docks are gathering around them, and they'll like do a little part of the song, and a rat will do a little flip or do a little trick. Just street performers and people trying to make ends meet. And contrary to the cheerful, bustling, brassy music you heard in the Upper District, the music here is dour and somber, the kind of music that a worker uses to get through their day-to-day, more like a shanty than a band. And indeed, you pass by a band of 3 Cambion, one kind of macabrely pumping an accordion, another one kind of quietly pumping into a clarinet, but it's just this dour, tuneless song that just kind of echoes through the snowy streets as if the emptiness of it all is amplifying it.
Love, do you mind if I make a quick detour?
Where are we going?
Well, I don't think they know about the Silver Sanctum, and I think they'd be a little bit happier not here.
Sure,
Not
you
this-
take that side of the street and I take this side.
Wonderful.
They go do that. Israel's gonna take the approach of, I guess she's gonna take the side with, I guess, performers, and every time she like dumps off a coin into, you know, their hats, whatever they have to pass around, she mentions, you know, there's this place that she knows that maybe they'd like to go see, and would pass on news of the Silver Sanctum.
Okay, and Harris?
So, taking the other side of the street, Harris would be going up to all the people doing tricks and doing maybe illicit activities. Well, yeah, my name is Harris Nervos, Lord of the Silver Sanctum. It is very nice to meet you. Have you necessarily heard of us, or where are we from?
Yeah, you meet a elvish man who has kind of a slouch, and their naturally long elvish hair is kind of messy and like frayed, and one of their eyes kind of like seems almost bigger than the other, although you can't tell if it's because this eye is just like welted shut by an injury or if it's just like a defect they have. But he kind of looks at you and, ain't heard of you. You looking to buy something, stranger?
No, but what I was going to say is, I would be willing to pay you and any of your friends if you would like to get a job and work at the place that you are valued. That is, well, it is like the city in that both the common folk and the folks of the undercommon all live together in harmony. Does this eye look fixable? Like, if I cast a lay on hands, do I feel I could just like...
Make a medicine check.
Sure. You know what? I'll use my chat advantage for this. A 19 on the die for a 24.
It appears that the eye is shut by an injury they suffered at some point. Lay on hands would not fix it, but a lesser restoration or greater restoration might.
I think I have lesser restoration prepared today, actually. I do! Ha! Ha ha! So I will... I don't think you actually have to touch anyone for lesser restoration. I see that you had a injury? Oh, I do have to touch it. I see that you have a injury on your eye. Would you like me to fix that for you? For free. No charge.
What's the catch?
There is none.
He kind of looks to two people. You can see sitting on the stairs, the stoop of a house nearby, across, down the road from you, is a halfling and what appears to be a tengu or kenku. And he kind of looks to them and then looks back to you and cautiously removes their hand from their eye and leans forward. And just, I warn you, stranger, if this is a trick, my friends and I don't go anywhere without steel on our belts.
I promise you it is not. I ensure you that I have nothing but the most positive options for you. I feel like that this world has not given you a lot of kindness. Allow me to pay it in return, and I will cast Lesser Restoration on them.
You watch as the slight cut of the injury begins to fade, and their eye tentatively opens. You can see the pupil kind of dilate rapidly as it has to adjust to being open once again. And he looks around and kind of blinks a few times and... Thank you.
You are quite welcome. Don't mention it, but if you decide to visit the Silver Sanctum, there will be housing available, better than this, as well as jobs. There are jobs and opportunity. And I will take 5 gold for each of his friends, and I will go boom, 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 3 sets. If I will be leaving the city by the end of this day, but I assume that you know a lot of people. Anyone that wishes to leave and wants a better life, they are more than welcome.
As long as there's work and money in it, I'll spread the word, stranger. What's your name?
Lord Gaheras, Nervos Blackmont.
Agario.
A pleasure to meet you. And
Stay out of trouble, stranger.
I will try my best. If trouble does find me, well, you know, I like to think that I can handle it. And if anyone you know has injuries at the end of the day, I will try and heal them before I leave, even if they have no interest in coming with.
What brings someone like you to a place like this? We haven't gotten visits from outsiders in years.
What can I say? The winds of magic brought me, and after this, I'm going to kill a dragon.
Are you now? Not the first time I've heard that. Well, good luck with your dragon, stranger. Come on, boys. We got work. As the two of you go down the line, dropping off coins as you go, eventually, Gaheris, on your side of the street, your march is interrupted, and Israel, you stop yours as well, seeing that Gaheris halts. You see that you are now in front of a very large building. The docks are just down the road within sight, and carved in those magical crystals that, again, have those kind of flares of prestidigitation and animation to them. You see the building is labeled the Horseman's House. You can see that all over it in these crystals, the number 6 is lined all around it. The whole place smells of... Israel, you can't quite put your finger on it, but Gaheris, you recognize this. It's the smell of exotic dinners, the kind of smell you would smell at parties, and parties for nobility at that. And Israel, you notice as Gaheris is taking in this smell that, again, for you is more familiar. Israel, you notice that next to a very fancy set of sort of oaken double doors that are engraved with golden 6s, you see another crystalline advertisement blinking to gather the attention of passersby. The 4 Horsemen performing tonight.
She shares a look with Gaheris, like, you wanna... She doesn't know what a casino looks like. This looks rich.
I think that
like
we
has
have
money.
I think that we have found our place. Yes.
Okay, and then she's gonna open the door and offer him in.
As I walk through, I will link up my arms with Israel's, and in we go.
Israel, as you pull on the door, it appears to be locked.
Okay. Are there hours for this place? And she looks around for more signs.
Looking around, you don't see anything particularly unusual, and there is not any windows that you can obviously see, which, while you don't know this is normal for casinos, however, you do spot, Israel, that on the roof there is a sizable skylight.
So she just notes that a moment, and then she looks at what time it is of day. Generally speaking.
Yeah, at this point it's about, I'd say like 6. I'd say like about 6 o'clock. Definitely, you'd expect a place of business like this to still be open, and the signs are still active. Assuming they have a way to turn them off, they would have if it was closed.
Do you think we should like ask someone? This seems it should be open, right? It's the evening.
Maybe Zara's a password? I knock on the door.
Exactly, right?
Garrus, you knock on the door. No answer. However, both of you with your passive perceptions notice that you hear, after you knock, hushed whispers that quickly die out. There are people inside, but they're deliberately trying to stay quiet to give the appearance that there's nobody inside.
Oh, it is such a shame. I had so much gold that I wanted to spend at this casino. I suppose that I'll have to spend it elsewhere, and I'll shake my bag of gold, which still probably has over 1,000 gold pieces in it.
Make a persuasion check.
Matt.
With this and comment on how, yeah, like it's just such a shame.
Yeah, that is a 28.
And as Israel starts chiming in with their contributions, I'll let you roll with advantage.
With advantage, the other die was a 13.
Okay. you guys.
At this point, why do I persuade people? Why do they resist?
Why do they resist?
I'm trying to give you gold!
Come on, just let me give you gold! I want to give you money so bad!
Just let me support you!
Okay. There's a pause as the two of you kind of give these presentations, so to speak, before you hear this series of locks being undone before the door is thrown open. You see standing before you a human man dressed in a jade suit shirt with long sleeves and an equally jade vest thrown over it, smooth black pants, shoulder-length brown hair with black tips, but the hair is kind of messy and poorly kept, wearing one of those kind of flat newsboy caps and a black and white striped scarf. And this fellow kind of looks the two of you up and down, and there's a momentary pause as they kind of lick their lips before. I am afraid nobody is home.
Oh, that is entirely disappointing, as we're only in town for one day, and we had came so far to spend gold at this lovely casino we have heard so much about.
Ah, so you've heard of me, monsieur.
Does he match the description that we have of the gambler? I will dip into a little light bow. Your reputation precedes you? Do you prefer to be called by your actual name or your synonym?
He pauses for a long moment. And he looks to you, Israel, down to Gaharis, who's bowing, back to you, back to Gaharis.
And I guess she's going to turn on sort of the Fey charm of we're not here for a fight.
Really?
We have been very interested in meeting you, and we have a business proposition for you.
I'm wary of propositions from types like you, miss.
I
I've
don't
had enough of that the first time around.
I don't think there are any types like us.
Just a conversation. That's all we want.
Your friend Kenny told us that you would be willing to sit down and talk.
Kenny, eh?
Hmm?
Very well. Let's make a deal. I want to play a game with you.
Oh,
Question: is there in the portfolio like a thing that says "Don't play games with this person"?
I think it was just don't
is-
shake his hand.
Well, no, Kenny told you don't shake his hand. What Israel, you remember from the report is that people who basically ratted him out to the GSIA in the first place, all of them had the same story, that they would play a game with him, he would win, and no matter how much they didn't want to, they would always give him what they promised him. Even if it was like their life savings, their life even, no matter what they offered him, they could never back out of the deal once it was struck.
Okay, so she's like, so it is like deals I've made before. I just gotta be careful. She's like, that's fine. It's fine. I'm used to that. It's whatever.
I'll play a game with each of you, and I win, you let me walk away. You will not come after me, and I'm going to sail from this continent a free man. I want no further business with whoever you happen to represent, gold, red. I don't give a crystal shit. I want out, and I'm not going back, nor am I going to rot in a cage.
Do you happen to think that your ship is going to outrun the priest?
Doesn't matter. I've seen how all this turns out. I don't need to be here for it. And I'm not.
Leans to basically like murmur to get Harris of, we would have given this choice anyway. Let's play a game.
I would love to play a game.
He holds out his hand, and you can see his eyes, which had previously been kind of slightly hidden beneath the hat, as he lifts them up, they gleam a brilliant purple. Definitely an unnatural color. Then shake my hand. If I win, we'll say best 2 out of 3. If I win, you let me walk, and I'll only tell you what I think you deserve to know. If you win, I will let you take me without a fight, and I will tell you anything you wish to know. And I know quite a bit, otherwise you wouldn't have been sent to find me.
Might I make a third proposition before we sit down for games?
Very well.
You sit down and listen to what we have to say, and then you decide on the stakes of the game. After all, you are a gambler, after all. Knowing the stakes at large definitely decides the wager, no?
You wouldn't want to get a raw deal.
Indeed. You know what I can do, don't you? You know who I am, after all. The deal only works if we all agree it's fair. Very well. I find your terms amendable, Mr.
Lord Gaheris, Nervos Blackmont of the Silver Sanctum.
Wayland Mariner. And you?
Israel.
I've gotten used to referring to you two by other names. It's nice to hear what you actually go by.
Same for you, Waylon.
Do we have a deal? Come on. Won't you shake a poor sinner's hand?
We don't need to shake to make a deal, but we talk, you decide stakes, we game. Deal?
He pulls his hand back a little hesitantly. Deal. Boys, get the lights on. We have some final customers before the horseman's house closes down for good. And he walks the two of you into his casino.
Delightful.
Yeah. Gaheris is in the back of his head like, I wonder what Avram and Utaka are up to.
Well, I'm glad you asked. Utaka, you know these kinds of places fairly well, as we've established. It's actually really not that different than your hometown. The only difference really being that what counts as ritzy in Smythe is nowhere near what counts as ritzy where you come from. But it doesn't take a whole lot of doing. Maybe you ask for directions, or maybe you just know how to find your way around, whatever you feel suits you better. You eventually are pointed to a place not too far from the Black Swamp, a graveyard where they took to burying their dead when the Black Swamp became increasingly hostile to them. And with their guide mysteriously disappearing several months back, they had to find a new place to bury the dead. Making your way along, the storm clouds of the priest continue to blot out everything, sunlight, moonlight. But you work your way through the snowing, dark streets towards a kind of quiet part of town. The town square is shockingly rather empty outside of the sparse few performers who are trying to get a bit of coin in their hats. And you can see the two of you can see just down the road from the square a fenced off wrought iron gate and fields and fields of tombs.
So why a graveyard, exactly?
Eh, honestly, not the worst place we've been. Did I ever tell you why I don't like mind flayers?
No, I don't think you have. Is that what we're going to face?
No. This has a way of getting around and picking places.
Ah. What are we going to face exactly?
Look, I ain't really clear on if I gotta kill her, if she's gonna kill me, or, maybe not.
Who? Who are you going to kill or be killed by?
Her name is Ren. And, I knew her for years. Yeah. Before I came over on that boat.
So someone from your past life.
Yeah.
And this someone doesn't like you very much?
I mean, it's really hard to prove she really likes anyone. But fed me and dragged me around on adventures. It was kind of fun.
Oh.
And then I stole all her shit, so I don't know really where we are on that scale of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, well. I suppose we'll find out. As I said, I have your back. But he will give a side glance to Valkyrie, who's been following them, and she will fly up into the sky. Did Yao go with the other two?
It wasn't said. I assume Yao usually follows you unless stated otherwise. Is that amendable?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So yeah, Yao is also with you. Okay.
I'm gonna take a moment though and cast a death ward on myself.
Okay. Saying a prayer to Ninkalim, you death ward yourself. Any preparations from the two of you, or do you make your way into the graveyard?
I think Ivron cast Aid on you already last session, so that should still be good for 8 hours. Also, we're all connected telepathically, so
Okay.
the other two, if you want to say anything and you're not out loud voice to each other, you can do that.
Okay.
That's just we'll hear it as well.
The two of you, with your preparations made, make your way out of the town square towards the graveyard. You can see it's quiet. No mourners. Nobody present at the moment. But you can see that an unnatural fog has settled on just the graveyard. everything up to about, I'd say like you guys is like hip, is completely encapsulated in fog. With the exception of, as you guys cross the threshold of the wrought iron gate, and looking around, the two of you can just barely make out through the fog that scattered among the tombstones. You can see that this actually was once a farm before it was converted into a graveyard. So you can see there's still occasionally crops growing with the nutrition supplied by the bodies. And you can see it mostly seems like they were growing pumpkins here. And Utaka, as Ivran kind of curiously glances at your footing, you look ahead, where the one thing other than the tips of the tombstones and the very occasional pumpkin that peeks from this blanket of fog that encapsulates the entire graveyard, almost as if the stone and stone walls and fence gating, are holding all this in. There's a curved, almost crescent hilltop of soil. And sitting atop it is a small gnomish woman.
Wait, what? Okay. Not human.
Not human.
Is this a disguise?
You've known her. You've known her to take on disguises once or twice. But whoever she is not looking at either of you as you enter. Her gaze is instead directed up at the sky, where as you guys cross the threshold, you can hear the of the gate slamming shut behind you. And as the priest's thunder rumbles and there's a flash of lightning as another surge of magic, you all recover a spell slot or ability slot that you've expended. And the gnomish woman sits silent for a moment before finally being the first to speak. Well, do you intend to sit there and cower all day, or are you going to approach me?
I ain't sitting. Fuck.
Always splitting hairs, yet you can never be bothered to see a barber.
I like my hair long. There is nothing wrong with my hair being long. Fuck. Okay. He's going to walk closer.
And as you do so, the woman turns, and Ivron, you get your first look at them. You can see they are an elderly gnomish woman. Their hair is definitely going gray, and their eyes are this bright, gleaming yellow, like coins. But Utaka, you associate it less with coinage and more, her eyes are like the flash of lightning captured in glass. And it gives you this almost like itchy, burning sensation to make eye contact with her for too long. And as she turns, you can see she is wielding a somewhat small, given her gnomish stature, staff that appears to be a burnt piece of driftwood that has been carved into a usable staff and tipped with a bottle that gleams with this bright golden energy. And from her position on the hill, you lock eyes with Rin Minogue, your master.
You're shorter than I remember.
Like the gods themselves, I prefer to keep things versatile.
Got something for you.
Is it too much to hope that you're going to give back everything you took from me?
Probably, but I got some of it. And he will reach back and take off the shield that he has been using since day one that is now very dented and scratched and etc. And kind of walk until he's about like 10 feet away from her, kind of like tosses it to the ground in front of her feet. Stretch, open a bag, pull out some irradiated books. Toss the cancer books to her feet.
She raises an eyebrow and you watch as from the fog you see these two smooth gray dorsal fins emerge, and whatever this thing is ducks beneath the fog, and Utaka, you feel something smooth rub up against your leg as a dolphin emerges and holds the irradiated book and bloodied shield out to her, and she just simply takes it and kind of runs a hand down the dolphin's snout.
Just like floating, or like what's
Yeah.
going on? Okay, cool. Sure. Why the fuck not?
If you're curious, she cast Summon Celestial.
Yeah. That's cool.
She leans on her staff as the dolphin disappears back into the fog, and Lord Yvron Blackmont of the Baradels, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. And you are?
You mean you couldn't even be bothered to introduce me?
This
After
is
everything I
Rin.
did for you.
I don't like it when you yell at me, okay? This is Rin.
Lady Minogue.
Lady Rin Minogue.
Tis a pleasure. Utaka tells me you two have some history together.
You could say that. I want an explanation, boy.
For what? Which part?
I took you in when you had nothing. I raised you as my own son. And what did I get for my investment? Stolen books, holy symbols, and equipment, and I never saw you again. Were it not for the vision that Lady Amphitrite granted me, I would have thought you dead.
I sent you a message, eventually.
Eventually.
Weren't but a few months.
Was it that you were unsatisfied? Was I not doing enough for your regal tastes?
You weren't giving me what I wanted.
And what was that, Utaka?
More.
Just as I thought.
I tried asking you. I asked
And
you
I
for
told
years.
you weren't ready.
And I decided I was.
That's not a decision either of us get to make. That decision lies in the hands of the gods and the gods alone.
Well, she seemed to agree. Didn't she?
Something's different about you. I no longer see the storm behind your eyes. The greed is still there, that little sparkle of sarcasm and immaturity. But the storm's gone.
I had to make a choice. She didn't tell you?
Sometimes we have to find these things for ourselves. I'm disappointed in you, Utaka. After everything I taught you, all you still want is more and more and more.
That's not why I made that choice.
Then do tell. Explain to me. I'm but an old foolish gnome after all.
Sure. You're like two of those things. She asked me for something I couldn't give. That's all it fucking was.
The gods never ask anything of us that we cannot give. It was something you didn't want to give, wasn't it?
She didn't understand me. You would have thought she would.
All grown up, yet still such a child. It's not about whether the gods understand you. And they understand you more than you think.
She didn't know why I do what I do.
Well, that answer's an elusive one, isn't it?
Used to be. I'll tell you what she wanted. She wanted to give me everything as long as I went home.
Her church is making good progress here. It's only natural she'd want someone as messy as you out of the way.
I was making progress here.
You were. That's why I was originally coming, actually. I was going to give you a few whacks with my staff for taking my books, and then congratulate you for making progress. But seeing as you are not on Mount Olympus, swimming around in rivers of gold, celebrating with her ladyship herself,
I had her blood in my veins.
will nothing ever satisfy you, Perry Minogue?
That's not my name.
You're right. You stole it, just like my books. You earned none of what brought you here. Stolen teachings from an overly sympathetic woman, stolen resources to get yourself on a ship heading anywhere but where you were. And now, walking arm in arm with the Barrow Lord, working against what the goddess's very intentions be. Because you just can't be satisfied with anything, can you?
I said no because I couldn't leave them to die.
If the gods decreed it so, then that is how it must be. I tell you, boy.
There are other gods.
Heresy, then. You
Is
took
it?
to worshipping one of the heathen gods of the monsters, is that right?
No. Her ally. And she betrayed them much as she fucked me over.
You know I wanted to meet here?
You like the scenery?
I heard from the townsfolk that if you come here at night, it has a beautiful view of the full moon. Of course, it appears Amphitrite was not on the side of that today, but I suppose none of us got what we wanted, did we? You make for a terrible priest, but you would have made a decent trickster if your life had been a little bit different. You just can't seem to settle on anything.
I am a priest. Not in your church.
She looks up at the sky and closes her eyes, and the snow begins to give way to rain. And as the rain pours over all of you, Ivron kind of ting, 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 tinking off your armor. She looks back at you, talking. You can see the eyes are gleaming brightly, and I see.
Please don't be a lightning rod, everyone.
Despite everything, I really did think of you as my son, which is why I'm giving you this chance to walk away. Do for me what you wouldn't do for her. All I'm asking you to do is to commit to inaction. If you will not enforce her will on this land, then I will. Her church is growing and they will need a leader.
I just need a fucking minute to think. And he's gonna like turn and just like and like just pace in the rain for a minute.
Do we hear Utaka's thoughts while this is going on? Is my question.
Sure. You want to?
No,
Because it
I mean,
doesn't sound like frustration.
So
Sorry.
if the spell is about communication, so if Utaka is saying things to himself, we would most likely.
oh, this
Yeah,
is.
basically, as long as the thoughts are coherent, then they're audible.
Okay, well I'll tell you what. They don't sound like he's as frustrated as he looks out loud, Ifron. They sound like spell casting.
Oh no!
Ivron, having vowed to never sheath the barrow blade, is ready for his action, but will silently. And you're within 10 feet of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then you get all the bonuses that automatically emanate from Ivron, so he's not too worried.
Okay.
Get that casual +5 to all saves.
Can't
So-
be
Here,
frightened,
you
can't
know.
be charmed.
Oh, you thought you were going to be affected by anything in this game? No.
So after this 10 minutes of just frustrated pacing, I would like her to roll a wisdom save, please. Thank you.
Very well. And I'll say the whole time she's just sitting, hand on her staff, and just letting you get it out of your, treating it almost like a childish temper tantrum, just letting you get it out of your system.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 29 save?
Not today. Yeah, it does.
What do you cast?
Gas with subtle spell.
Okay. And
So-
since it's subtle spell, she won't be aware of it?
Well, there is no verbal somatic, nor does it say anything about her knowing.
Okay, so yeah, I'll say between that and subtle spell, then yeah, I'll say that she is unaware. However, despite not only not being aware of you casting it to defend herself, despite not even seeming to be preparing for anything to attack her, you cast your spell and it just fizzles on contact with her.
Yeah, that's fair. kind of rolls his shoulder. It's fine. He tried. He tried. And turns back. I'm not going now.
You, Barrow Lord.
My lady.
Mr. Blackmont, I would ask politely that you leave.
I think telepathically Ron will look to Utaka and be like, would you like me to?
Kind of mulling that over, when Utaka looks her over, and I guess if I could do this with an insight check, would he get a vibe that she is underestimating him? Or that he's a lot closer to her power than he once was?
Make an insight check.
Okay, what does a 27 get me?
She doesn't seem afraid of Ivron. The vibe, I'll say both of you, because her attempt to be subtle about this was miserable failure. You both get the vibe that Utaka, it's infuriating. Even now, despite all the progress you've made, she's still treating you like the child she knew. And this is basically the equivalent of, hey, can you leave the room so that I can discipline my child? She just doesn't want Ivron, a perfect stranger, to see her having to discipline the kid, having to break out the board of education. So she just doesn't want Ivron to have to see that.
Exactly. Treating you like a 12-year-old when you came back in your 30s.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
to her, you're a
Oh,
12-year-old
grown adult.
throwing a fit in Walmart, and she's taking you into the bathroom to give you a smack on the ass.
Okay, so she is underestimating me. What vibe do I get in relation to understanding my own power? And
Relative to hers, or just in general?
Yes, just a relative assessment.
I will say she is more powerful than you. You can tell that for sure. She was already a master when you first knew her, and you said it yourself. Amphitrite has likely thrown a few blessings her way to make sure that her last loyal Scion is where she wants it to be. Whether Rin knows it or not, Amphitrite is putting her full weight behind this woman, who intends to discipline you to her fullest extent for betraying your shared religion.
I stand with you. You hear in your voice, or in your head.
Don't go far, but let me try.
Ivron, without saying anything, would give a bow and whistle for Valkyrie,
Who swoops down, and I presume you mount and... Okay. And as Ivron leaves, but again, Ivron staying close to be there the moment Utaka needs you. Once you leave, Rin kind of watches you fly off and then turns their gaze to you, Utaka, and pulls on a set of fingerless gloves. And as they do so, you understand why I have to do this?
Why?
Because I'm an old fool who took pity on a boy, and it's been biting me in the ass ever since. I don't intend to hurt you. I just need you to see reason and stop interfering with her will. By her
I get
grace, you may
that.
survive this night. And you may even learn something from the experience.
Yeah, if you're waiting for her grace for me, I don't think that's gonna happen. didn't part on good terms.
Then by my grace, may you survive.
I think you missed something, though. You keep calling me boy.
Prove me wrong, then. And she waits to let you make the first strike.
Okay. Fuck. How does the death cleric work? Let me get my glasses.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a good cut point anyway. Let me think.
Geharis and Israel, as the two of you are led into the horseman's house, you find that this casino is currently in the throes of not renovation, deconstruction. The tables are being cleared out. Everything is being emptied. You can see what was once behind the counter, a lavishly stocked, presumably at one point, winery, has been completely emptied into crates that are being offloaded by what Israel, you notice, a completely elvish staff. They're all dressed in very loose, baggy clothes, these kind of like baggy, canvasy sleeves. They look almost like sailing clothes, that kind of breechcloth and such. And all of them, crates and furniture in hand, kind of stop and watch as Waylon escorts all of you to one of the few tables that remains, a poker table with a thing of green fur thrown over it. And he sits on one side, and as the two of you, I presume, sit on the other. He snaps his fingers, and one of the elves puts a crate of wine to the side and sits next to him. And Waylon leans forward and name your terms. You notice a completely new voice now that he's in front of his crew. Name your terms, Lord Blackmont.
I'm so glad that you asked. Now that we're all being courteous with one another, I think that we should have a candid talk about what's going on at the world at large. This may be news to you, but the Bluefield Alliance, the Silver Sanctum, and the Emelian Empire have all united and signed a peace treaty in perpetuity.
The cards gave me advance warning of this.
All united against the priest. Where your friend Kenny, ourselves, and all the forces of Mazai that we can muster will go out to put an end to, well, let's be honest, the plans of a madman.
I presume I do not need to tell you who he is.
No.
Figured it out quicker than I expected. Credit to where it's due. You're smarter than you look.
Well, that's good because I don't look very smart usually. So, my proposition is this. You and your casino can move to the Silver Sanctum where it is safe, where I am Lord, as long as it is run fairly, and the games are not magically inclined to be rigged.
I give you my word as a businessman, and I will swear it on my mother.
Did you like your mother?
More than anything.
There's a place for you, as long as you don't bring conflict or pain to any other civilians. It is a place where anyone can exist without the prejudices that seem to be rampant on this continent.
Not just here.
Not just here. But I'm trying to make a new world a better place for people that want a better tomorrow. Now, you could run. You could sail a boat, sure. You might even bet that we lose. But if we lose, well, it's a moot point, really. Your boat isn't going to outrun the priest. And eventually, someone is going to catch you. Or you could sit this out, be in the Silver Sanctum, and, just wait out the ride. Let the dice roll where they may, with no stake. Or you could bet on our side. And I do assure you we have quite the record of wins.
That you do. I've been following your adventures from a distance, of course. See, unlike Villanova, I was not driven mad by what I saw. And I've been smart enough to hedge my bets, as it were. And he draws from his deck of cards a card that is at this point somewhat familiar to all of you, but seeing it in person is still rather odd. You see a card of Gaheris perched on a throne, and with chained collars at the foot of the throne is Israel and Ivron.
Israel looks at this and there is no visible reaction. There is a silence in her head that is not actually like a verse, but she is very carefully like completely silent, and she just looks at that.
Well, I can't say for the artistry on the card. I can say...
I did not draw them.
I know. But you do know Villanova was murdered by Joranels, yes?
They prophesied it as such. The tower would fall and the star would be extinguished. And so it came to pass. Just as all things we see do.
Is that so?
I haven't been wrong yet.
Well, I like
So
to
you
think...
knew we'd survive?
There's a reason I wanted to run. You see, I am the only one who saw in the cards how the poem ends.
Matt, did we get how the poem ends? I feel like someone knows. Maybe I'm imagining it.
You're thinking of Israel, who Moscow,
Yes,
being a divine entity, knows how it ends.
Okay.
But Waylon is the first mortal to have that information.
Oh.
Waylon is also not aware of the fact that Israel knows how it ends. Oh, well.
As your negotiations with Moscow are not included in the cards.
And how is that? You'd think that Joranels, who anticipated that Ivron and I would join his side, with all the power of knowing what's in the cards, would know that's not going to happen.
But that's the thing about the wheel. If you need a certain result, spin it again, you see it from a different angle. Imagine, if you will, back before you knew what you know now. He invites you to Amelia City and shows you what he's hiding. And says that he is counting on the two of you to, let's say, prevent it from waking up, prevent it from escaping. It would destroy the city, after all. Best case scenario, the two of you like the man well enough and decide to side with him. Or, worst case scenario, and he pulls another card. This one, the Hierophant. You see, this one depicts Ivron wearing a crown upon their head, specifically that of the Barrow Lord, wielding the barrow blade in one hand and holding up their other hand in an indication of peace. The Hierophant sneaks in against your will, devil, and gives a merciful end to the priest's life. And he throws the card to you, Harris, and it slides in front of you.
Harris doesn't even look at it. Harris, I think Harris doesn't put any interest in fate. Because for Harris, what he wants to happen is going to happen.
Exactly. He's like,
It's
"What do you
inevitable."
mean?
Yeah, like,
I decide what
I'm
happens.
just making this more interesting for, myself. So he doesn't even, like, look at the card. The card, like, probably stops, like, inches from him. He doesn't move. He just keeps his eye on the gambler, on Waylon. If
But
that's true, then let me ask this. All of us, well, some of us were supposed to die. No, was that not on the cards? Yet. I can't help but think that there are a few of us that fate decreed us dead that we aren't. Namely, yours truly.
is that what you think?
It's what I know.
You see,
No.
the funny thing
No.
The funny thing about games like this, games of chance, is that there really is no such thing as a pure game of chance. Everything is a game of skill if you put your skills in the right things. When Villanova was driven mad, we needed somebody who could commune with the wheel. And so they found me. I've already gotten what I wanted, and I have no intention of helping them any further, nor do I intend to spend the rest of my days in a cage. Whether that's being torn apart by your mad doctors, or rotting in jail for what I did.
Now, what? I know you haven't known me long, my lord, but given all you know about us that you proclaim, you should know that cages are highly overrated. In fact, I don't believe any of our prisoners stay in a cage, unless they're doing it on their own volition, of course. I wouldn't know anything about that.
I do not think you would do it on purpose. I think you would make the same mistake you did with Villanova. Good intentions paving a highway to the underworld. If it hadn't been for you, Villanova would still be alive.
That's directly contrary to what you just said. Her fate was written in those so-called cards, and you saw it. What matters if we were the ones that brought it? Wouldn't there just be others who filled the same places, the same little cards? Wouldn't there just be another empress, another devil? Sure, it's not me and him who would be sitting across from you. Wouldn't it just be two others? It's either that's the case, or you know full well that it matters who is sitting across from you and exactly what they do. And that whatever is in these things, and she taps the back of the Hierophant, isn't as set as you think they are.
You know, back where I come from, before I moved here, the gods have had a vision since their birth of the day they would die. But everything they do to try and prevent it only brings it closer. They call it Ragnarok. And my mother always taught me that that was proof positive that you cannot change fate. You cannot control it. You can only embrace it when it comes. The children of Red Sight have been watching the two of you and your friends, the long and the small, since long before you were born. This has been in the works since the Emelian Empire was founded, back when they first stole this land from its natives. That was when the decision was made that the two of you would be sitting across from me right now.
So does that sound like a choice by either of us? Or does that sound like a choice of yours? Or more appropriately, the wheels?
And if
So if there's anyone to blame here, it is the wheel. For every death, every moment, and every turn. But the thing is, the wheel can only go in two directions. And we both know what those are. What do you think happens when you turn the wheel on its side?
And you think you can accomplish this?
I already have. Tell me, gambler. Tell me the name of my firstborn child. And her eyes are that sort of eldritch green, and she looks amused. There's that fayish look on her face.
Harris takes a seat back and is like, I'm gonna let my honey take this.
We love it. We love to see it.
He pulls a card free, but the back facing you, so only he can see it. And you can see the other gambler sitting next to him kind of cranes their neck to look, and Waylon kind of looks it over. Oh, things move in circles, do they not? And he slides the card back into the deck and reshuffles it. And as he's doing so, he looks thoughtful. And we've done a lot of cross-chatter, but you have not named your terms yet. What is it you want from me?
We'd like your friendship. We'd like your talent. We'd like to see you happy and free of whatever nonsense the wheel has chained you to, just as it's tried to chain all of us to this farcical nonsense of a world that he wants to design. That's what we want. But what's more important is what you want. Because ultimately, we aren't going to force you or coerce you or wrangle you to do anything. We're here to give you a choice. And that choice is a lot of things. We have the Silver Sanctum. We know it's safe. We are gathering numerous people there who believe in the same things that we do. To live free and to live well according to what makes us all most happy. Or you can sail wherever it is you're planning to sail, leave all of it behind, and let the outcome fall where it may. We know what we're going to do, regardless.
You know, back when I first arrived on this godforsaken spit of land, I probably would have agreed with you. Do you know why I joined them? Why I put the medallion on to begin with?
Unfortunately, they don't include that in their files on their experiments.
I told very few. Only the Lord himself knows. When I was 5 years old, my mother, grieving the loss of my father, remarried. A sailor. Water genasi. And whatever he infected her with when they shared the bed that night claimed her months later. And do you know what she told me as I held her hand and she cried as it became harder and harder for her to breathe. Sail the seas and find that man. Bury him alive. Let him claw his way out of the grave you dig for him until his fingers are reduced to sea foam. Break everything he has. Take everything he has built on our backs. Avenge me. And she slipped away. I was raised by the church. They took me in because I had no family, no home. But I never stopped, keeping an ear out. Water genasi sailing on the sea. That was the only lead I had. And then rumor comes to me. A water genasi on the run from a priest. And a boy at that smuggles their way onto a ship, sailing to the land of Mazai, fleeing God's know only what.
One sec.
I assembled a...
Harrison, his head at this is, I see. The gambler wants Utaka dead. Wonderful. It's just thought to the rest of the
Just
party.
like thought back to you. Well, he's got to
And
get his
Israel's
fucking
just
life.
like, he's too young. You're an absolute moron. is what-
No, because he said he wants to break everything this person owned and has.
He's not finished.
Oh, absolutely. But
Okay.
these are what's running in their head. And
But
she's
you
just,
guys
know,
get back. He's got to get fucking in line. Like, I'm already busy here.
they're all having this conversation in their heads.
Yeah.
They're just like, yes, of course, go on.
And when that came, I met a man, tall and handsome, who told me that he could give me the power I need to get what I came for. I assembled a crew, and he points to the elf sitting next to him who kind of waves, and commissioned the ship to sail me here. And I took his offer. It was torture. Listening to the screams of innocent gnomes as they were petrified one by one to give us our abilities.
And, curiosity's sake, how long's it been?
Since
Since your mother died.
15 years.
And how long you've been searching for this vengeance?
Not searching anymore.
Oh, it seems to me you got the wrong idea. Because
Also, question.
they could have simply brought your mother back. And
One, and then two, and I feel like this is important, please. You do know that there are more than one water ganassi in this entire world, right? And that they aren't all related to each other?
You misunderstand me, friends.
Just
I told you when you first came in that I already got what I wanted from the Children of Red Sight, and I had no intention of serving them further. This casino wasn't mine when I got here.
good. Excellent. That was very confusing for no particular reason.
yes.
Also, like, she's like, no, you're fine. Don't worry. It's whatever. They're just insane. It's fine. It's like-
Well, let me make you a better deal.
I become wary of deals.
How about this? A friendly agreement. Is that better?
What do you have in mind?
When this is all over, if you assist us, I will pay for the resurrection.
If she wants to come back, of course.
Is that something you can arrange?
Matt, what is the cost of resurrection? It would be the cost of the diamond, which I know I can already afford.
1,000
1,000 gold. Yeah. Yeah, I can afford it. Yes. That is something I can afford. And you know what's better? I will personally cure the illness. I've no doubt you have people on the streets that are already talking about how I've been curing ailments.
Word has not reached me yet, but your generosity is noted.
After all, I treat my friends like family. And many of us are very far away from family. So, we could sit here and play games and pretend that we're going to fake whatever outcome we want that's most lucrative, or we can acknowledge that there is a dragon flying down the Zai, laying waste, and that every minute someone else's mother, father, brother is going to die. Now, I don't know about you, but would you ever bet the life of someone? An innocent? A guilty? Does it not matter? Or does it? Because the longer we delay, the more people are going to get hurt and suffered.
And not just suffer. They're in the pain that you were in. That pain, when you got your powers, that's what everyone on this continent is feeling that has any lick of magic. Overflowing.
He starts to kind of bite at his fingers and breathe heavily as the memories of the pain come back to him. And the two of you, Tenniel and Regina mentioned it very offhandedly, but it occurs to you that all of the people you fought had to feel this. On one condition. I'll make this as simple and fair as I can. And he holds up a gold coin. A coin toss. Heads, you win. Tails, I lose. Whoever wins,
Did you just say heads you win, tails I lose?
he's rigging it. Whoever wins must keep their word. Do I have your word that if I help you, you will bring my mother back to me?
Mentally, as Gaharis is telling him this, Gaharis is going, Utaka, I have the money for diamonds to bring the gambler's mother back. After this is all over, would you mind?
I'm really busy right now.
Well, it's rather important.
I'm fighting.
Yes or no?
Fine.
Yes, and I will pull out, count the 1,000 gold, I will literally put it in front of him for you to hold on to, the cost of a diamond, to bring her back. Our cleric has already agreed.
Can you ask him for like 3 more diamonds? I'm gonna need them. That's what Basil told me to ask him. Oh fuck! I gotta go.
If you have a diamond worth 1,000 gold, I'll purchase it from you right now. Or
I have
if
a
you
few
have
things.
3, we can pay you for 3 of them.
My friend, if you manage to win this game and I have assurance you will keep your word at that point, I will give you a city's worth of diamonds. I'm one of the wealthiest men in Smythe. Funny, before I got here, it was a handsome water genasi.
Well, I hope that your good fortune goes farther than his.
Do we have a deal? And he holds out his hand.
I looked at Israel. Like, does Israel sign off?
We have a deal. Notably, she still doesn't shake his hand, but she'll agree to the deal. She's never gonna shake his hand. Just like, words are enough.
And against himself, shake his hand.
Shake a sinner's hand, Lord Blackmont, or I walk.
Israel
Oh.
smacks her hand in his and just gives him a look. Since you insist. And
He
she
closes.
once.
She, as he closes his fingers around yours, Harris, you watch as this like purple energy starts to seep between the two of their fingers like electricity, and Israel, your eyes get rimmed with purple. Not changing the color completely, just a little rim to them. And he smiles. And Israel, as of this moment, if you win, you cannot go back on the deal you made, even if you want to. And heads I win, or my apologies. Heads you win, tails I lose. Tink! And he smirks and steeples his fingers together.
I would like to roll a perception check if it looks like, against all odds, that this is going to land in the crease.
Make a perception check.
The table. Again, Harris is going to push it on either side before it gets stuck. That's an 18 plus 8 for a 26.
Okay. No, it does not appear like the coin is going to land anywhere oddly. And it lands heads. Well, it appears my luck has finally run out. And Gaharis, as he slides his hand away, you realize you hadn't noticed it, but he had his hand over a panel that looks like it could slip in and out of place, but his sleight of hand was good enough to evade your notice. But as he leans back with a smile, magic may not force me to obey, but I'd hate for my mother to be disappointed in who I've become. I accomplished her last wish. I think it's only fair that I exchange favors for favors, eh?
That seems like a very good idea.
Trying not to emulate the man you took this place from is probably a good start.
Oui. He thinks for a moment and holds a spread out fan of cards to the two of you. Take one for each of you and one for your friends. I've been saving them.
How many cards are there?
There's a full deck, but he's telling you to take one for each of yourselves and one for your other party members.
Do we count Tails as a party member?
That's up to you.
Probably. At this
A
point.
shared look, so you're going to draw for Tails and Ivron, and Israel will draw for herself, Griaz, and Yutaka.
Okay. So I will
Okay.
draw 3. Do you need me to roll a die or anything?
Precisely, and I will also draw 3.
Noted. And no, you actually do not need to draw a die, as he's rigged it to make sure you get the ones he wanted.
Of course.
Wonderful.
You know.
Fate, I think.
As you pull cards for all of your different party members, so Gaharis, you're drawing for yourself, Ivron, and Tails, and Israel, you're drawing for yourself, Utaka, and who else?
Griaz.
And Grias. Okay. Gaharis, you draw the devil, that same design you had seen. The Hierophant, again, design you're familiar with. However, when you draw a third, there is no symbol on it, just a golden eye mirrored by a silver one. Oh, I have not seen that one yet.
think Ivron probably got the devil. I'm going to think that's his. Tails no doubt got the Hierophant. So I suppose that one might be mine. All things considered.
Israel, your turn to draw. You draw the priest. You see Utaka sitting cross-legged in robes the color of Ninkalim, the kind of muddy browns and greens, and the symbol of a circular rat on their chest. And behind them, a array of rotting fruit that's attracting flies. Temperance. You see Griaz standing in a swamp. 2 vials in hand, mixing what appears to be a new batch of bramble pelt. And finally, the Empress. You see yourself sitting in a very familiar forest with a familiar trumpet in your right hand, a crown of thorns upon your head, and dark blue and black robes dotted with bright gleaming orange eyes.
She just fans those together and tucks them away.
Mates, our business is concluded. You owe me nothing further. Anything that's in the casino is yours. My personal stash will be leaving with me. The elves all kind of look to each other, seeming a little uncertain, but
The offer of the Silver Sanctum is open to you as well,
Of course.
if you choose to take it.
Yeah, with all due respect, Captain, there are going to be a lot of people after our hides as well. We got paid good money to help you. If it's all the same, could we go to this silver place with you? As you wish. Go. I will not be far behind. Keep those cards close to your hearts. They may help you in a time you need them.
I appreciate the help. Unfortunately, time waits for no one.
Indeed. At the moment, and he shuffles and unfurls the cards and looks down at them. It is time for the priestess to figure out which side they're on.
Yes. I can hear the spellcasting, I think. A very good hearing. But
I thought that to be thunder.
if you know anyone that needs healing, or needs a place to go, let your friends know, because I'm leaving tonight. And anyone who wishes to leave, whether it's undercommon or common, or anything in between, is welcome.
You're a good man, monsieur.
Someone had to be. And I can't let Ivron show me up. And I will get up and I'm just gonna walk to the door.
Israel, do you follow?
There's this just curious look because it smelled like there was food in here and there's clearly no food. It is slightly disappointing. But she would turn to go.
Devil.
Oh yes, I almost forgot the diamonds. You're right.
That and thank you.
You're welcome. But, that's a bit preemptive. I haven't done anything yet. But
The last man who listened to my story decided to spin it to suit his own ends. He got me what I wanted, and I'm happier for it, but
and for the record, I don't like being called the devil. Geharis is fine.
apologies.
Silver Sanctum, or maybe I should come up with a new title. Maybe if enough people say it, they'll make a new card after me, eh?
Maybe. Apologies, monsieur. It's all I knew you as for quite some time.
Well,
Are we?
Yes.
Thank you, my friend. May the cards be in your favor. And he turns to you, Israel, and with a smirk. Egg on my face. It appears you and your little crew have quite the talent for, as the priestess would say, giving the middle finger to fate.
It's overrated.
I haven't prayed since I left the church, but I'll be praying for your safe return, monsieur. And yours as well, my lady.
She offers a bow.
There's a brief moment, like a flicker of thoughts that Harris immediately thinks is, I've just invited someone who ran a casino that hoards a lot of gold into a city that we have 6 dragons. And there's like a thought in the back of his head, he's like, what have I done? And then...
Israel's laughing at him. In her head, like not out loud, but she's just looking at him and you can hear her laughing.
So I will, slide the bag of 1,000 gold over. The other 2,000 will be following at the Silver Sanctum from my partner.
My crew and I will be making our way. Thank you, monsieur.
And the 3 diamonds. Does he have the diamonds here? Is that the...
Yes, and he, yep. And as he snaps his fingers, some of the elves, again, looking at you two kind of curiously, you see you built a rapport with their boss so quickly, but they indeed start grabbing boxes from, and you recognize most of them are personal, likely the gambler got a few people to give them up, and flipping open the lot box, several, it's like easily like 6 or 7 diamonds. Would this be enough?
Yep. Only 3. You can keep the rest.
It's fine.
I treat things fairly. I know Pharaoh is getting so upset.
Ah!
Perhaps keep them on retainer should we need them in the Silver Sanctum.
Exactly.
Understood.
But he has more.
I think my mother would be quite pleased to know that the last of that bastard's wealth is being spent undoing everything he did.
I can think of no better fuck you.
I can think of one more. You'll find me in the Silver Sanctum if you need me again. I intend to burn this place once I've taken everything out of it. I do not want a single shred of that piece of filth's legacy left on this land.
As you will.
You want help? She offers.
I would not say no.
Magical fire.
I would not say no. Empress.
Well, while you two are doing that, I'll be outside here.
Au revoir. And we're going to take a break.
Well, Utaka's been casting that one spell for very long. I like to imagine Utaka's like, which spell do I hit them with first if I have the opening spell?
It's like...
Like, I've got so many spells at my disposal.
I mean, if she's waiting, he might actually just kind of settle there and slowly cast a
Oh
spell.
my god, but what about What about a flex of pretending to cast a spell to make people use up counterspell?
That would be pretty funny.
That's true, thanks. I don't think they can. But everyone, we will be back in, let's say, 12 minutes? 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will see you soon.
See you soon.
And we are back. Hello, everybody. I hope you didn't miss us too much.
I hope you did.
Wow, 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 wow.
Picking fights.
Hey, you know, picking spells, picking fights.
That'll be our next episode.
Fair.
Are we ready to dive back in?
Yeah?
Very well. When we last left off, Garrus and Israel in the slums of Smythe confronted Waylon Mariner, the gambler, who apparently, after losing their mother at a very young age, took to the Children of Red site, traveling across the world to join them for no other reason than getting revenge on the person who killed their mother. And has already succeeded in doing so and wants out now that they got what they wanted. But rather than fleeing, the party offered them an alternative. Change destiny and fight it alongside them, which he agreed to in exchange for a promise that is now unbreakable, that the party will do everything in their power to revive his late mother and reunite the two of them decades later after he succeeded in fulfilling her dying wish. But while some childhood traumas being confronted over there, we have some different childhood traumas to confront over here. In the graveyard of Smythe, Utaka, Rin's letting you have the first shot.
Yeah, he kind of settles for a moment and like turns his wrists and cracks his knuckles, and just looking her over and knowing how much investment Amphitrite seems to have here, kind of like glances up. And so I think the others might actually hear this because it's more thinking than out loud. You know she's watching. Hope you are too.
Okay.
Israel sends her own little parachute clone, like, you get him killed, I'm finding you. I won't find you.
Literally
Roman
all
Hall
of our-
is nothing.
Literally all of our battle music doesn't work anymore.
Assuming I don't hear anything back.
Yeah, well, yeah, because literally all of them. Oh, for the battle map, you mean? That would be nice.
We're in a graveyard. What?
A very underwater graveyard.
Oh, oh, that feels a little different than what I was picturing.
Yeah, it's a little different. I can't get any of the music work. It's fine. All right. Yeah. So. Yes.
Sort of.
She's currently taking on the form of a gnome. Yes. Yeah, just some good battle music. Yeah, because literally all the ones we had don't work anymore. All right, I'll say she's over here up on the hill. Utaka approached her to give her the shield. Okay. Utaka, what spell do you cast, or just what do? You have the initiative, basically.
Okay. Oh wow, I just got the music. How do we want to start this off? All right, let's go with some classics. Actually, I was thinking of doing something flashy at first, but let's go a little classic. I will kind of like sweep in as a dagger appears in my hand, and bonus action, spiritual weapon at. Well, wait. What spell slots do I need to use?
I can't see what you're. Oh. Yeah, that'll do.
Okay, let's do a 3rd level spell slot, so that's gonna be 2d8s per hit.
Okay, spiritual weapon. And I'm guessing your spiritual weapon. Well, what is your spiritual weapon now that you've changed allegiances?
Hell, I feel like it's like a sort of like cloud of locusts rising from the ground, and it
Okay.
just kind of like swishes in and out around her.
All right.
Okay, so that would be 21 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
Cool.
And Gaharis, if at all possible, could we have it can just be like a spider, locust, or something to represent the spiritual weapon?
Okay, that is going to be... I can find the spell again. I have so many spells now. I swear to God. Plus a spellcasting ability modifier plus 7, because my stat is ridiculous. So that is going to be 14. Force damage, right? Yep, force damage. Okay. And then
Okay.
come in with a dagger slice. Or a... What's my plus to hit there? I haven't used these things since we leveled a bunch. Okay. For a 19 to hit. Does that hit?
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
Okay. So that is going to be 1d4 plus 4 plus... How many d8? Plus a d8, I believe. I need... It's gonna be a lot of, an amount of damage. Give me a second. Okay, let me do the d4 while I'm waiting for this. So
No
that
worries.
is 6 plus. Let me just check this. Plus it's. Okay, wait, no. I replaced. No, why did I do that? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so Blessed Strike is how many? Divine Strike plus 2d8. Okay, so 6 plus 9 is 15 plus 33 because I'm going to use a Channel Divinity to deal 33 extra necrotic damage.
Okay. So how much of that is necrotic and how much of that is just the base dagger damage?
That was 6 slashing.
Okay.
9 radiant, and then 33 necrotic.
Okay. 6, 9. An excellent strike. So Utaka, you focus, and this, as if the flies and just ambient vermin of the graveyard are rising to your call, swarm over Lady Minogue's head and begin to land all over her and bite and claw and scratch and tear. And you charge in and just plunge your dagger into them. And you can see their eyes begin to glow. And as a reaction, they are going to use Wrath of the Storm.
Yeah, you know what? I should have expected that.
Make a dexterity save.
Which is not technically a spell, so that will not be an advantage. That's gonna be a 7.
That's a failure. You take... I get to roll some dice.
Yay! Given like a fireworks show to everyone up above.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's like, I think I can still roll this
Spectating.
out.
Yeah, just
Like,
I
this is a
believe there's
family
hope.
problem.
There must be hope.
He respects family issues. You know, he has some. Let him settle
We've
it.
stood back while you two fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's only fair that Ivron does that for Utaka.
Utaka, they stare at you as you plunge the dagger into them and level their driftwood staff at you and back! And their voice echoes out deafeningly. You take 40 thunder damage and are sent flying back 10 feet.
What? What? 40?
Yeah, 40.
Why did I never do that much when I did that thing?
Yeah.
If you're curious, well, I'll wait till after the fight to reveal how high level she is.
Oh, okay, no, I got it. Wait. 2d8? But this is 2d8 thing! Whatever. Okay,
No,
fine.
it goes up as they level up.
It never did for me.
It's supposed to, at least when you get to like the higher levels. Anyway,
Maybe, yeah.
regardless, that's how much they
fair
do.
Fair enough. Okay.
You are pushed 10 feet back, and it is now her turn. She is going to. Yeah. She was sitting on that spell. She'll go ahead and cast it. She is going to cast Sunburst.
Okay.
Utaka, make me a con save.
Sure. That's gonna be, because I'm rolling these at advantage. That will be a 21.
That fails.
Bitch!
Just a second. I need more d6s. You take 46 radiant damage, and you are now blinded.
Yeah, okay, fair.
And Utaka, while you're not seeing anything, Ivron, in the distance as you are astride Valkyrie, you can see as soon as Utaka goes flying back, she slams her staff into the ground, and the clouds created by the priest begin to part over her, and a beam of sunlight comes down and flashes, and Utaka is stumbling, and Utaka, you're just seeing spots and darkness. However, Ivron, as even you are kind of like shaken by the bright flash of light, you see that her form has changed. Utaka, what does Rin Minogue look like?
The sort of wrinkled, disheveled look is not altogether dissimilar. However, she is, I believe, a human female in about her 70s or 80s. So, with kind of like tightly kept silvered hair, not from divine lineage, but from age, and a very like extremely stern lines on her face where the wrinkles have set.
Okay. That is the end of her turn, and she just sits on the hill, a hand on her driftwood staff. As Utaka, you stumble around blindly. It is now your turn again.
Okay. He's going to snarl kind of through the pain, because that was a lot all at once, like a lot, and kind of shoves a hand on his own chest, and will cast Heal for 70 hit points. That's what it do.
Okay.
And that does cure blindness.
Okay.
At which point the spiritual weapon will strike again.
All right. Roll to hit.
Okay. That is going to be a 26.
Yeah, that hits.
Sure. Okay.
If you can believe it.
I don't know, Matt.
Yeah, just gotta be sure.
That will be for 15 force damage.
Okay. The locusts continue to bite and claw at her, but she just maintains her composure and just stares at you. Somewhere between intense focus to keep her distracted from the pain and like that kind of, again, bemused like sternness of a parent disciplining a child.
Cute mom.
It is now her go again, unless you have anything else on your turn, Utaka.
I think the only thing he would do is to get in melee range.
Okay. And Rin.
Make it a little harder for her to AoE him.
You know what? Just because, mostly because it's for me as the DM, this is funny. Mostly.
Okay, do it, Matt.
She's
Whatever
going to
it
cast Call Lightning.
Yep, that's fair.
The storm clouds that had parted from the sunlight begin to close again and swirl, almost like the self-created hurricane. And she raises her staff and, Lady Amphitrite, get him. And make me a dex save, Utaka.
Yeah, sure. I don't even know if I can beat her things if they're all like 22 plus. So no, that's a 17.
I imagine
Okay.
everyone flying up there close to the storm clouds is having a lot of terror.
All right, Utaka, you take 30 lightning damage. And you notice she's within 5 feet of you. You got within her melee range. Like you said, it's harder for her to AoE you. But as the lightning strikes, you can see it strikes her too. But she stands completely unfazed. She's immune to lightning damage.
You know what? Fair. Okay.
And she's gonna end her turn there, but just leans forward on her staff as you're like just again still you're unblinded, but you're like seeing spots burned by the spell you used to burn your friends with, and just, do you give up yet?
Fuck no. Okay. He is going to do a melee spell strike.
Ooh.
Does a 30 hit?
Gonna have to think on it. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, alright. This. There we go. Let's see what 90-10 gets me. Okay, that is 60 necrotic damage.
Do you want to, out of curiosity, do you want to flavor the spell before I start describing?
He's going to, okay, so he's kind of like slipping around behind her with his dagger drawn, but as he does, his other arm reaches around and like grabs for her throat and gives that like pulse of necrotic thing. Damage that, at one point melted a dude's face off, but hers is a little more...
Hers is a little more blessed, quite literally.
A little more resilient.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there is still the spiritual weapon for bonus action. So that will be a 17 to hit. Does that hit?
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
When you go at her with the dagger, she parries it out of the way with her staff, but your mutated hand grips her throat and pummels the rotting plague of Ninkalim into her. And she visibly does like actually strain, and you can see her throat beginning to like actually rot and age, almost as if like it's going further than the rest of her. But she pushes you off of her, and
That was not a melee attack, so she cannot actually. It was not.
no,
A,
yeah, she's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
like I was just gonna have her talk
Yeah.
as best she can anyway. See, the heathens have blessed you well. Very well. And she slams her staff into the ground again, and she is going to cast Ice Storm.
Yeah, fair.
And you can tell at this point, Tempest Cleric doesn't give her anything to resist the cold or the sheer blunt force of hail. It's at this point she genuinely does not care if she gets hurt. She just wants to punish you. Make me a dex save, which she also must make.
Oh, fuck you, bitch. That's a nat 20. For a
For a
23.
Okay, you just make it.
Woo!
That is her spell DC.
Thank you, advantage from this fucking cloak. Which of you fuckers got me the cloak? It was one.
That was, I want to say, yeah, I was gonna say. And yeah, her dex is not high enough. She fails. She takes 7 bludgeoning damage. Utaka, you take 3. And she takes 10 cold damage. You take 5. So she took 17 in total from her own spell.
Fair enough.
However, the surrounding 20 feet around you is now difficult terrain.
Sure.
You're up.
Okay.
Cleric duel, cleric duel, cleric duel.
Okay. Let's go in for another melee attack. Does a 20 gets faster AC?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that is going to be the same 1d4 plus 4, so that's 6 slashing damage. Where are my d8s? There they are. 13 radiant damage, and then I'm going to use my second channel divinity for another 33 necrotic.
Okay.
And then I'll also roll for spiritual weapon.
Go for it.
Hit. Okay, so that is 13 plus 12, so 25.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cool.
Cool. For not that much. For 12 force damage.
Okay. Hey, damage is damage. She's gonna have to stop and heal at some point. Speaking of,
I don't have that spell yet. That's like 8th level, I think, or 9th level. I don't know.
let's see. Yeah. She actually does look a little bit panicked as she's covered in stab wounds. Her throat is like disintegrating basically, but she steps back, kind of whacking at you with her staff to keep you away. Ivron, you're basically witnessing like something that's between like the barroom brawl stylings of Utaka and the like holy godly intervention of Rin Minogue, as she slams her staff into the ground once more and Lady Amphitrite, come to my aid! And Utaka, the dolphin that was swimming around, leaps out, and with that, dives at you and is going to bite you.
Incredible.
Did she actually step away from me?
No, not like mechanically.
Okay, gotcha.
Does a I'm gonna assume so, but does a 23 hit?
Yeah.
The dolphin bites you for 6 piercing damage, and make me a con save.
I will happily make you a con save, Matt. What does a 5 get me?
I'll tell you what it gets you: the poison condition.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
That's fun. I love how like Rin's trying to make this big epic battle, and Uchaka's just continuously bringing her down to his level of like, no, this is a barroom brawl, and I'm gonna kick your ass.
Which is very
I
fitting. I'm actually really
appreciate
happy with
that.
that. And she's I don't. If possible, could we, Graham? Could we get a dolphin or at least a fish? Because it is actually
He'll
a.
work on it.
Yeah.
I will work on it. No
While
promises.
while that's happening,
Yeah, I got you. You know, just because I love you both, let's see here.
she was hoping to save her high-level spell slots for later, but you're kind of pushing her hand on this one. She's going to use Power Word Heal.
Bitch.
This is a super special dolphin.
I mean,
Okay, there you go. There's your dolphin. Don't say I never gave you nothing.
I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let me move that over to where it was summoned, right there, and Rin uses Power Word Heal, and Utaka, you see all the wounds close, their throat begin to patch, and they stand before you back at full strength and twirl their driftwood staff, looking genuinely kind of panicked, but healed physically at least.
Wow, she's a bard now. Okay. Okay. Let's go.
Not only us can multi-class. Additionally, the DM might be mixing the names of spells up.
No, I got that.
Forgive him. There's at least 3 different heal spells, but apparently.
Oh yeah, there's so many.
Are you damaging
There's
with
so
bardic
many.
inspiration?
Although, for the record, it is actually Power Word Heal. I'll explain why she has that later. But yes,
Oh,
that is.
No,
that,
she can do whatever the fuck Emphatrate says she can do.
Precisely. Also, not only us can multi-class.
Mm.
Did you see the way she shouted at you? That's clearly some bardic cleric synergy going on here.
Definitely.
Clearly. You're up, Utaka.
Sure, yeah. Let's see. Okay, well, first of all, spiritual weapon will attack for I assume a 30 hits. Damn, this thing. Having a plus 12 helps it, okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a contributing factor, I imagine.
So that will be for 17 force damage.
Okay, very, very good. Very, very good.
Okay, and so this is at... Let me think. Because your boy is poisoned now. Poisoned. Let's see.
Oh, also, I will say the area is no longer difficult terrain as Ice Storm has worn off.
Oh, she dispelled it?
Well, no, it ends at the end of their next turn, and then she used her turn to heal and then have her familiar back her up.
Gotcha. Okay. I will...
Also, so to prove that I'm not insane, because I was like, no, I swear. Yeah, she has Power Word Heal because that's actually in the optional class features for Cleric.
Oh, okay, that's new shit. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right, I forgot.
Yeah, because that's also why she had Sunburst. Because I was like, no, I swear Clerics can use that spell.
No,
I'm not crazy.
You're right. I forgot. I haven't looked at the 9th level Cleric spells in a long time. This is getting complicated, Matt. Why are you making it complicated?
Oh.
How dare you include all 9 spell levels in this?
Yeah, how dare you make me fight a dark reflection of what I could have become if I had taken a different path, but in the end, this will make me appreciate what I ended up becoming more if I emerge victorious.
I know.
How dare you give my character development, Matt? How dare you do your one job?
I'm not actually complaining. You know?
I know, we're all happy.
Yeah, well, yeah,
You
just
hurt my character, okay? I'm the hero.
Okay,
Sometimes
so
you just gotta get beaten into character development, I guess.
I will actually be casting this at disadvantage, for the record.
okay.
However, I rolled an 18 and a 16, so I think it's still gonna hit.
Yeah.
With a 28.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are high level. It's to be expected.
Yeah. I am going to cast Ray of Sickness
Ooh.
at 4th level. Yeah, that looks right. And so that will do the thing where it does the 5d8 damage. I need a con save.
On save. Not great. Also not great. Does a 16 save?
It absolutely does not.
Did not think so.
She's gonna take 26 poison damage, and she is poisoned until the end of my next turn.
Oh, how the turn of tables. How much damage?
26.
Okay, just make sure.
I poison you.
How dare you?
How
Now
dare
the turn of tables.
If there's one thing I've learned, being a Tempest cleric doesn't give you poison resistance.
Yeah, damn right it doesn't.
You're not a monk.
Yeah, as she goes reeling back from the from just all of that. Let me double check something real quick.
Did I already do spiritual damage?
Spiritual weapon, yes.
This turn? Okay, cool.
Yep. She has to roll concentration to try and avoid losing her dolphin. Which, yeah, she definitely fails. The dolphin vanishes into water droplets. I'll put it in the DM layer in case she summons it again, because you did a lot of work getting us that dolphin token. She, looking significantly more irritated at this point, reels back her staff, looking again, just like new wounds are opening up. She looks sick and tired, and levels her staff at you, and stupid boy. And as she says boy, she's going to cast Shatter. Make me a
Yeah,
con
you know
save.
what? I feel like I deserve this one.
No, I made a point when setting up her character
containing
sheet that she's going to
Utaka.
use every spell that you use to make my life difficult.
Literally. Oh, how the tables have tables.
Yeah, I don't. It's like so impossible for me to save against for
There's a
things.
lot of-
Yeah, we've
so that's
established
an
you need a
18.
nat 20 to resist.
Well,
But we still do
for
have
some
chat
things.
20s.
That's true.
True. Spend
Oh
that
shit!
money, guys.
How many do I have? I have several.
I
You wanna use one?
you have
I'll use one. Yeah.
3, and you used one last session, so you have 2 left.
I didn't use one last session. Kari did.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
used.
All right, so you have 2 left if you use this one.
Cool.
And are you going to do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you succeed. You will succeed the save. You'll take half damage.
I have proficiency with shatter.
I have shatter proficiency. You take 12 thunder damage.
Okay. Does she do the pushback?
I actually, yes, yeah, you are pushed 10 feet away.
Cool.
Yeah, because it was thunder damage, so. Yeah. As you go flying back, she is just standing on the hilltop. She looks furious at you. And Ivron, and indeed most of the city, is just hearing like bursts of lightning and echoed shouting. And Utaka, as Shatter is cast, all of the gravestones around the hill just shatter into pebbles. You're up, Utaka.
I don't think he likes it when you destroy graveyards, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of a dick move, to be fair.
Well, specifically Ninklim, but yeah.
I mean, specifically Ninklim, but there's also, I think, like 3 other death deities going, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, come on!
Excuse you.
Unnecessary, frankly.
It's like, we weren't a part of this, and yet we're being punished. Why? Why?
We're not involved in your weird vermin and water god bullshit.
Right? That said, he is going to raise a hand, and I'm going to need a con save from her.
And she's poisoned, so this will be at disadvantage, yes?
I don't
Or
think
is
saving throws are. It's
Okay.
attacks and
Ability checks? Okay.
Yeah.
Still fails, though. I'm going to guess a 15 doesn't cut it.
My DC is 20. For the
Yeah,
record.
so yeah, no, it does not make the cut. Full damage.
Okay, so probably almost as though she had angered some sort of, death domain gods or something. I believe it is necromantic energy that does this spell. So it kind of like a rush from the ground at her feet, like waves up her body, and she is taking. Well, let's see. I'm just gonna roll the thing. That is going to be. Let's do 8d8. Yeah, where is it? I have so many spells. There we go.
And you're going to need all of them.
41 necrotic damage.
Okay.
From Blight.
All right. 41. Impressive.
Take that, Mom.
As you cast the spell, all the almost as if the very souls of the dead that she just desecrated are coming out for vengeance. Necromantic energy swarms around her, and she almost disappears beneath a tide of ghostly spectral energy. But as she disperses them with a wave of her staff, she kind of stares at you, looks up at the sky, and you can see a crackle of energy from the priest surge through. Both of you recover a spell slot of your lowest level that you've used. She looks up at that, looks back at you, and casts fog cloud.
Wait. Can I spiritual weapon before she does that?
Okay.
It is bonus action on my turn. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In that case, yeah, go for it.
Does an 18 hit her?
Yes, it just hits. That's her AC.
Okay. So that is the 11 force damage.
Okay. You see her disappear beneath a swarm of necromantic energy and biting locust before she slams her staff into the ground, and a fog cloud disperses around the graveyard, plunging you and just the entire battlefield basically into heavily obscured fog. And you can no longer see her, at least not obviously. What would you like to do?
Can Ivron see her?
From above?
No, her area is heavily obscured, unfortunately.
So now everything's he.
Yeah, because
Oh.
she's on the hill, so it spread out. So
Pay-per-view, man. I paid good money for this.
yeah, come on! It's like Game of Thrones. Don't censor the good stuff.
You wanna play with fog here? Okay, I want another con save from her.
She will make another con save, which she fails.
Okay, cool. Then she will be
Choking on fog cloud.
choking on cloud kill, actually.
Oh yeah!
Let's do the thing where it does the damage. I'll roll it. Oh wow, that's shitty for cloud kill. 15. That would have been way higher.
15 necrotic.
No, well, poison.
Oh,
but,
poison. Well, yeah, good
it
to
doesn't
specify.
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, she will be basically choking on it. It is a 20-foot radius thing. I'm gonna drop it. kind of... We're both in it at the moment, so actually I think I would take the damage too.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where both of you are just catching each other in your own shit just to try and hit the other.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, because I don't do, I'm not a player enough to have to worry about concentration all that much. Is it 10 or the amount of damage you took if it's higher, or is it 10 and then half the damage? I always forget.
I think it is 10 or half.
Okay, that's what I
whichever
thought.
Is higher.
Okay, so she maintains her concentration on Fog
Wait,
Cloud.
is it half? I don't remember.
Yeah, no, because I always forget. That's why I was checking. Although
10 or half, whichever is higher. Yep.
okay, well, yeah. So yeah, she maintains her concentration, but you basically turn the fog into mustard gas. And you can hear you said you take some poison too.
Yeah, a little bit. Mostly because I want it to hit her for multiple turns. So it's kind of around both of us.
Yeah, so yeah, just both of you are like, Avron, as the battlefield is plunged into fog, just this beautiful teal blue fog, it turns this sickly yellow green, and you can hear Utaka and Rin both starting to cough, gag, and Rin outright, you can hear her vomit. But to her credit, she manages to maintain her concentration, and while neither of you can see it, she falls to her knees as she throws up, and Lady Amphitrite, I beseech you, grant me the strength to see this through. And she uses divine intervention, and Amphitrite will answer her by spawning in another Celestial. The dolphin returns.
Okay.
Because she's high enough level to where it works every time.
Yeah, fuck her. Wait, okay, never mind. Spiritual weapon misses. It's cool.
The Celestial, now that it has been summoned again, it has true sight, so it can see through the fog. It is going to charge you.
It would also take damage.
Just from being in Cloud Kill already?
Right, it has a creature stats. Yep.
Okay. All right, con save.
Yep.
Which does a 24 save?
Yeah.
Okay. So
it will take 8 damage.
Okay. Actually, a pretty solid hit.
That's half. It would have done 17.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right, with that said, it charges you, and it's going to... Yeah, no need to be fancy. It's going to bite you again. Or try, anyway. I'm going to guess a 10 doesn't hit. However, you can hear that kind of... You know that sound that dolphins make in their underwater? That kind of... You can hear that coming through the fog towards you, and you manage to dodge out of the way as a spectral twin fin dolphin streaks past you with teeth bared. As Amphitrite has sent a Celestial to make sure you lose. But let's see if that's enough. Utaka, you're up. Area is still heavily obscured as she maintained concentration, and you are both gagging on Cloud Kill.
So the way that this works is it moves 10 feet away from, 10 feet from me at the start
All right,
of my
so
turn.
it'll head deeper into the graveyard away
So
from
it'll
you.
be heading towards her.
Okay. Noted.
And I will not take damage this turn.
Moved to 10 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
All right. I'll keep that in mind on when it gets to her turn. Go ahead, Utaka. With just anything you'd like to do.
Okay, and so how heavily obscured? Because she's in Cloud Kill now?
Well, yeah, but I don't
It is
think that
heavily
does...
obscured. No, Cloud Kill is heavily obscured. I just...
Yeah, so either way, yeah.
Okay. In that case... Fuck it, should I just go in? Yeah. Yeah, let's go in. Okay, I'm gonna go into the fog.
All right. Utaka, you look at the mustard gas cloud that's mingling with the fog. Yeah, and just charge
I don't have
in.
that high of a chance for it to succeed. Fuck that.
I mean, the dice will never betray you.
Except when they will.
Yeah, I was gonna say they do sometimes though.
I have a 85% chance that I will waste an action doing nothing. Don't even try me.
All right, you charge into the fray, into the poison and death.
Yeah, and that done, I'm going to do the thing where I do the thing. And
All right, do that thing where you do the thing.
Yes, the thing.
May Ninkalim be with you.
Thanks. Okay, fuck this. Because I'm rolling at disadvantage and I don't want that one, I'm gonna use another nat 20.
Okay. All right, you have one left.
What? Okay.
He's just trying to be a dingus about divine intervention.
Yeah, apparently. Okay.
All right, nat 20 obviously hits. Roll for damage. That's a crit. You can double it.
92 damage. Necrotic.
Okay. 92 necrotic. And what attack was this?
Inflict wounds at 5th level.
Okay.
Or face melting. Except
Yeah,
maybe like shoulder this time, you know. Gotta diversify.
All right. She's of course going to use her Wrath of the Storm. Make me a dex save.
Is it a... Okay, what is the wording on Wrath of the Storm? This is a spell attack.
It says when a creature you can see hits you with an attack.
It can't see me. I'm heavily obscured.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, and you would roll with this. Yeah, that's fair. I'll give you that. All right. So yeah, she will not be Wrath of the Storming. However, she does survive the inflict wounds, although she is not looking ideal. She's starting to look her age. Let's put it that way.
Okay, gotcha.
She, looking frustrated, gripping her staff in both hands, just stares, kind of looks around through the poisonous cloud of fog, and while she is going to be prepping to do something, talking is a free action, so... Why turn on her ladyship after all she's done for you? All I've done for you? And she fails to maintain concentration. Fog Cloud goes away. However, Cloud Kill does maintain the Heavy Obscura.
I'm not going to say this stupid line.
All right, in that case.
I guess you could call it character growth. Anyway, let's move on. Please move on with my life now.
That wasn't bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not something you would actually say.
No, that's fair. I was just. Okay. As she's like looking around, trying to like gauge where you are just by where she's feeling the most pain, which direction she's feeling it from. She's looking around and raising her staff up into the air. With that, a noticeably very similar to your own, that kind of like that all teeth face that you occasionally make.
Oh wait, she does take cloud kill damage at the beginning of her turn.
Right. Is it a con save again?
Yeah, con.
She succeeds this time, I believe, with a 27.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta do half damage there. That'll be 11 poison.
Okay, 11 poison. As she continues to hack and cough on Cloud Kill, she looks around and... You threw away everything you had for people that you barely know, and slams her staff into the ground and is going to cast Thunder Wave. So that way she doesn't have to see you. You just have to be near her. Make me a con save.
Okay. The clue.
Nat 20?
Yeah, the clue.
All right, you succeed. On a successful, you take half, and you're not pushed by the spell, but you will be pushed by her ability. But you take 16 thunder damage, and are pushed 10 feet away.
Okay, fair enough.
And do you need to roll concentration for Cloud Kill?
Yes, I do. However, a
Yeah, you just need to beat
15
10.
is going to get me. So.
Yeah, you're fine. The Celestial is going to take some damage. That's absolutely a fail on the con save. Roll damage for how much the Dolphin's going to take.
Sure. Oh my god. 15.
15 poison to the Celestial, who is going to, as you get launched back towards it, is actually going to try and prevent you from getting to its master again, and is going to try and constrict you. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
All right, you are now grappled and take 9 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, I succeed on the con there.
Okay. And your turn again.
Okay. So then it would again move 10 feet away from me, so I will not be taking the damage.
Yeah, the damage. You got it, Graham, or you want me to? All right, you got it. 10 feet, so I think, so Taka would be out of it. Yeah, that's fine.
Or we could move, we could just, not be on the edge of the map. That might be helpful. Okay.
All right. Yeah, what you doing, Utaka? You still can't see her, but you can see the dolphin clearly now.
Well, spiritual weapon's still gonna try and strike.
All right, roll.
20 hits, I believe.
Yeah.
Established.
Yep. 18's her AC.
Honestly, she's welcome because I reduced my AC before this fight, just for her, just out of the
because she's been making a lot of attack rolls. No saving throws have not been the primary concern.
I took off a shield before this fight. She's welcome. So that is going to be 12 force damage.
Okay. 12 force.
I am constricted. I actually don't know what that does.
You are grappled and you're considered restrained. Your speed is 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Your attack rolls have disadvantage, and you have disadvantage on dex saves.
Okay, fair enough. I will. Voice that I can see. Seeing's a little complicated.
Yeah, seeing's a bit rough right now.
Fuck. Why are so many of my spells like sight?
Yeah, I've been actually having the same problem. Just fuck.
I'm just clicking down them, and it's just so many of them. Fuck it. You know who I can
always
see?
A good start.
I can see myself. I'm gonna healing word myself.
Yeah,
wait.
Valid. Go ahead and heal.
Wait, I knew I was gonna be in this fight. I would have taken. I would have taken the other spell.
And is it? Right.
Not healing word. Cure wounds. That's
okay.
fine.
So yeah.
I knew I was gonna be here.
All right. Is that gonna be the end of your turn?
Yes, that will. I'll figure out the.
Okay. She's gonna make her con save, which she fails. So full cloud kill damage.
Yep. Sorry, then just give me a second.
No worries. Yeah, do what you gotta do.
The thing.
I get it.
Okay, so that'll be cure wounds at 4th level. For a number There we go. There's the number. And then Cloud Kill. Where the fuck are you? There you are. Oh, that was a big one. 22.
Okay, 22
Big-ish.
necrotic. And as you can hear her continuing to cough and be ill, you can finally hear her voice ring out from the poison. That's enough! And she's going to cast Aura of Purity. She now cannot become diseased, has resistance to poison damage, and advantage against anything that would cause negative status conditions.
Okay.
And
no, fair enough.
the Cloud Kill still heavily obscures, yes?
Yes.
But I'd say she still, like, she still could see where you last were, but none of her spells would benefit her, so... yeah, she's got her Aura of Purity to help. Yeah, I think she's just gonna wait. The cloud will pass her eventually. And her Aura of Purity will help her stand up against it. Utaka, you're up.
Okay, cool.
Actually, wait, the Celestial. Who is out of Cloud Kill now, so and they can see you better.
Mm-hmm.
The Celestial is still constricting you, so yeah, it's just gonna keep squeezing.
Yep.
And because you are restrained, attack rolls have advantage. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
You take 9 bludgeoning.
Okay.
And that is the end of the Celestial's turn. Now you're up.
Rolled a nat 20 on the concentration, so I think I keep it.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Can I visually gauge how injured this Celestial is from like the damage it's taken?
Celestial doesn't look great. It can't take as much punishment as you or her can. This is just a blessed creature of Amphitrite. It's pretty hurt. If you hit it with enough, like if you'd estimate it, I'd say if you hit it with like a spell or two of similar strength to what you've been pumping into her, you'd probably disintegrate it.
Oh, of similar strength? I don't know about that. I don't know if it's worth that much of my time. Okay, spiritual weapon is going to try and strike her again.
Bam.
The thing it keeps doing.
Yeah.
Is a 19? Does that do it?
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, cool. Great.
Damage.
Yeah. 12. 12 force.
Okay, 12 force. She maintains her concentration on Aura of Purity, but you can hear the like continued buzzing of the locusts as they gnaw on her. Anything else on your turn?
God. How annoyed am I at my own Cloud Kill spell? That's the question here.
I mean, it's moved out of. It's actually just on her now.
Yeah. Fuck it. I will attack the thing just because she's obscured.
All right.
Okay. I
Please
need
do.
on a hit. Oh, okay. No, I don't need anything. I
Okay.
just got a hit.
All right.
Does a 19 hit it?
Just barely.
Oh, okay, cool. This is not gonna do anything really impressive, but it will take, like, he just kind of like reaches for it, like, and just like pushes its snout away.
Yeah, just
It will take 11 necrotic damage.
11 necrotic. All
and
right.
I will heal for 5.
Okay. As you're fighting with the dolphin, hey, Flipper. There's a pause. You actually don't hear anything from the cloud as it is about to get off of the hill where she was standing, and you estimate she's probably still going to be standing there, most likely. She always told you that you need to be a beacon of composure as a priest, to never lose your cool. The wrath of the storm should be reserved for the
starting in
truly
it this
deserving.
turn, right? Because it moves
Yes.
10. Okay. So
She succeeds the
gotcha.
saving throw. But yeah, I believe she still takes half, so go ahead and do that.
Half will be 14 poison.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, that was 29. So
She maintains her concentration, and Utaka, again, there's that tense pause as you can hear her vomit again. Silence before you see she charges out of the cloud with a trident and is just gonna ram and try and spear you with it, screaming madly. You can see she's covered in bug bites and sores and pustules, and she's just gonna charge you with a trident. She's not even remotely fucking around.
you know what? Fair. I feel that's fair.
I feel like you'd hear in your head Ron's voice go, "Oh shit."
And I'm going to do something I've never done. I'm going to use a chat crit.
I thought you were gonna say I'm gonna kill a character on stream. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, just, oh damn!
She charges at you with a trident and then casts power word kill.
Yeah, all this build up and she had power word kill the whole time.
I want to see the fear in your eyes.
I will knock off one of my chat crits as she is going to hit you, Taka, for 12 piercing. 16 piercing. And boop. Boop. And 22 radiant.
Okay.
She charges from the cloud kill and spears you in the stomach. And as she's like trying to force you to the ground and the dolphin's like trying to help push you down, she just starts burying the tips of the trident into your stomach, and just looks you in the face, eyes still gleaming gold, and just, know your place and kneel. The Celestial is actually going to use its attack to try and shove you to force you to bow.
Okay.
Does a 18 hit?
It does.
You are knocked prone as the dolphin kind of repositions itself to be behind you. So now flanking its master with you in the middle, and forces you prone as she continues to bury the tip of the trident into you. However, that is the end of the Celestial's turn, but you are now prone and flanked. But she looks bad. Like a stray breeze could knock her over at this point. What do you do, Taka? Oh, you got inspiration!
So, I know I said I wasn't going to do this earlier.
What, kill another person?
Use Divine Intervention. However, do you want me to move my camera down? Do you want to see the 9 on the thing? That means that it succeeds? Do you want to see it?
Yeah, I can lift. Yeah. I know, I believe you. I trust my players, don't worry. But...
Okay. Okay. Utaka looks up at her. And, like, he's bleeding, like, badly, too. Like, this is not good.
Yeah, just the two of you are. Avron, you can actually see them clearly now for the first time in a while. Now that the Cloud Kill and Fog Cloud are gone, the two of them are just bleeding. Rin has like been sick all over the front of her robes. Utaka's bleeding and covered in burns. Just. I should have left you to rot on the docks like the barnacle you are.
Okay, and he kind of like this like deep sort of like this matching sort of snarl kind of forms on his face as he kind of tries to grab some of the dirt and tries to push himself up.
Her and the dolphin are like fighting to keep you on your knees.
I don't kneel anymore. And I would like to use Divine Intervention. Specifically, beseeching Ninglim to kill her.
The beautiful thing about plague, about pestilence, vermin, is it is a purely neutral force. It does not favor any one side. It simply reclaims. Many see rats and locusts as a sort of intervention of nature itself, of reclaiming what is excessive and limiting it. Many priests in this very world worship gods of disease on that very principle. And while Utaka, you may not necessarily agree, as your hands are in the dirt and you try to push yourself up, but you can't. You're bleeding. Ivron orbits not intervening, but even if they were, you're worried they may be too late. You clench your fists in the dirt and beseech your god. And the locusts emerge from the cloud kill, which now begins to dissipate and fade into the background. And the locusts begin to crawl forward, much like they had in Vermin Hollow when they stalked you, much like they did when they stalked Regina. The ever-present hunt of vermin seeking to devour what does not belong. She looks back as this growing armada of locusts begin to crawl forward, and you can see Utaka almost as if joining you. You can see rats emerge from the broken tombstones. Ants begin to dig their way out from the dirt and start to scuttle forward as this array of vermin begin to stalk towards her. And she looks over her shoulder at them, looks back to you, and well, that's it then.
Can he stand now? Or is he still pinned? Yes.
The dolphin lets you go as it kind of retreats back in fear. And yes, you can now stand, although the trident is still in your stomach.
Yeah, that's fair. He's gonna kind of reach forward and run a hand over her hair to the back of her head.
And she does the same to you and brings you into an embrace. And you can see the coming swarm of vermin for her. And you can see worms and ants beginning to dig up at her feet. But she just hugs you, and I always knew you had it in you.
I'll see you in the next life.
May your God watch over you. You said that Perry Minogue wasn't your name anymore. What is it?
Taka. You remember those fish?
I do. I taught you their name. May your God watch over you, Utaka.
You kind of turn and place a little kiss on her cheek.
And she takes your head, kisses your forehead, runs a hand through your hair, and Awful little barnacle. Always such a pain in the ass. I love you, son.
I love you too.
She turns and with dignity and decorum adjusts her vomit-stained robe, leans on her staff, which is starting to get eaten by termites, and steps forward. Ants and worms begin to run up her leg. Another step, locusts jump all over her. Not a scream, not even a shout of pain. Ninkalim takes her, just as Amphitrite, the ocean, takes things. Lost to the sea, whether that be of water or of vermin. Lost to the tide, never to be seen again. The vermin strip her to the bone, and even the bones are taken underground. Ivron, as you return, and Utaka, you stand bleeding from the stomach. All that is left of your mentor is the glass bottle that tipped her driftwood staff, which you know was her most prized possession. Lightning that she had captured in a bottle. Everything else is taken underground by the vermin and devoured.
He pulls the trident from his stomach and drops it to the wave as well. So he kind of like crouches down and reaches for the bottle.
Bottle is warm to the touch and crackles with energy. And as another wave from the priest hits and another magical surge hits you and you regain one of your lower spell slots. Rin Minogue is dead. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session. And you all level up twice.
Huzzah!
Can I talk to Ivron first, actually?
Yeah, go for it.
If he has anything to say when he comes
so everyone, you saw that all play out from the sky. You land Valkyrie next to her as Utaka picks up the bottle and leaves the trident to the vermin.
Ivron would most likely have hands glowing, being like, cast a beacon of hope and lay on hands and anything if Utaka doesn't protest.
No, he doesn't protest. He kind of like it seems like there's almost like a release of energy from him as like some of that warmth starts coming through. And he kind of like shudders a little bit and turns and looks up at you, you tall fucker.
Yes, you did well.
I know.
Are you okay?
No. Oh.
I think once he's done casting all the spells, he'd just sit next to Utaka. And stare out at Smythe, because they're on a hill, so.
The two of you.
Utaka settles down next to him, and though it's a little uncomfortable against a bunch of plate armor, he's still gonna like kind of sit there and rest his head over. And you hear him just kind of like occasionally like quietly crying.
I think Ivron would embrace him, put a hand on his shoulder and hold him close and comforting, but he wouldn't say anything, and would wait for Utaka to feel comfortable enough to move on.
I think we can end there. Thanks.
And that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Rin Minogue is dead. The gambler's been recruited. All that's left for you now: save the swamp, beat the priest, and then confront Yoron-Els. Also, congratulations, Utaka. You just soloed a CR 27 monster, a level 27 cleric. She was a max level Tempest cleric, and I gave her additional levels from other cleric domains. And you still beat her fair and square. Congratulations.
I mean, I did have the help of 2 chat crits, but besides that,
Well,
That divine
they were in the
intervention was
rules
all
of
you.
the game, and you had them legitimately.
Hmm.
So,
I mean, it's her fault for not taking power word kill.
yeah, I guess so.
That's on
oh
her.
yeah, she could have killed me for a solid minute there. I was under 100.
She did not have power word kill. She had power word heal, but that was the only power word spell she had.
Rookie move.
Rookie move!
Exactly, rookie move. More
If that
concerned about
spells
her
anything
survival
for
than his
Shards of
destruction.
Anarian, I hope they don't read into that too much. When they keep it slow, I'm just gonna be like, yeah.
And that like
Yes.
it breaks what is this spell? Defy death or whatever. It breaks it because you don't like your HP doesn't lower. You just
Yeah, you just
automatically
die.
You just straight up die. As long as
Yeah.
you have HP.
Oh, but before we start doing the outro, I just want to say one just final offhanded side note. Utaka, what HP are you left at by the end of that fight? Because I was deliberately not checking because I didn't want to hold back.
38.
Yeah, things were getting dangerous there.
Which means you dealt about 185 damage.
Yeah, and she had 283 health, which you emptied. You did it halfway. She power word healed, and then you emptied it again. So, congrats.
I mean, Death Cleric
Yeah,
does do damage.
it really does.
Yeah, shit. You earned that. That was completely just well done. Graham, you can take us out.
All right.
I'll switch us over to the happy music now that we're done mourning dead moms.
What a weird transition. Am I right, everybody? Hi, if this is your first time tuning in, my name is Graham, or Graham Crackers, and welcome to the channel. If this is your first time tuning in, welcome, firstly, but secondly, a little bit about us. Graham Crackers was founded with one simple thing in mind, which is to make memories with friends. Whether that's MMORPGs, TTRPGs, or role-playing games, we're all about spending time with people you love and making memories that are going to last a lifetime. Tonight, I had the absolute delight of playing your Tiefling Paladin Bard, Lord Gaheris Blackmont of the Silver Sanctum. But, you know what? You can find me starting soon every Tuesday on the channel once more, as Shards of Anarian and Anarian's Rest pick up next month. DM'd by yours truly. If you want to see me break hearts and cry just as much as the players, that's the place to go to. Because I cry a lot. We'll have almost a whole new cast for one of the shows, with a few returning faces, so, you don't want to miss that. But also, you know what? Between you and me, we also may be getting a new Wednesday show on the channel in several months. sorry to hit you with that teaser, but in several months we will be getting a new show. It will either be 2 12-week shows or one 60-week show. Nobody knows, not even me even. But outside of that, you can find me here or on Twitter at GrahamCrackers1, where I tweet pretty much just saying I love you and that I hope you have a wonderful day because you deserve it and because you're amazing. And if no one has told you that today, let me be the first one. Thank you for being you. Because that's all you have to do. And that's enough. But I'm joined by some phenomenal friends tonight. And while they need literally no introduction because they are so cool and so amazing and literally should be at every D&D table, I'd love to know 3 things. Who are they? Who are they playing? And where can we find them? Like, what cool projects are they doing? What are they working on? I'd love to know. So, without further ado, I will hand it off to my lovely cast.
Well, hey, gee, golly, thanks, Graham. I will be doing this really cool thing every other Tuesday where I play in Shards Venarian, DM'd on this very channel by the one and only Graham. I will not be one of the new cast members in that group. However, we will be joined by 3 new people, so that'll be exciting. In that game, I play Theodore Saturnine, a Leonin, Warlock Paladin, of some repute, actually, not ill repute at all. And she's a pretty cool gal. And other than that, catch me here on our remaining Fridays for this game, and then in the future we'll see what the future will hold.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeremy, and I had the pleasure of playing Barrow Lord Ivron Blackmont, the Protector SMR Oath of Devotion Paladin. And you can find me here every Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I have nothing else going on. I'm not a very interesting person, and I'm very busy. But if you do care to follow, you can find me on various social media sites under the handle Dane Darkstride. I am hoping that whatever campaigns come about on this wonderful channel, I will have the opportunity to be a part of. But that's it for me.
Hello everyone, it's me, Kari. I played Israel, the half-elf Fae Pact Warlock, future wife of Gaheris Nervos. And you can find me here for all our remaining Fridays and potentially the future Fridays that are yet to come, wherever they may lead us. Cough, Lord of the Rings, one shot. Cough. Excuse me. A golem caught in my throat. You can also find me here every other Tuesday for when Anarian's Rest starts up. The other Tuesdays where you're not going to see Pharaoh, but you will see me. So like, it's like half of what you wanted each week. But you know, consistency is key. But I will be there, and I will be playing Karis, the Tiefling Wizard. And I do hope to see all of you as we resume that campaign. Very exciting. We get to learn how someone comes back from war crimes if they can. Tune in for that. Yeah, so otherwise you can like find me on Guild Wars 2, which you'll see down in the chat. Hit me up. I'm very friendly. I know lots of things. I know lots of very useless things. I also know lots about fashion and yeah, cool stuff like that. I also technically exist in other places, but you're not going to find me there. So don't worry about it. Just don't think about it. Don't think too hard. Anyway.
And I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone else.
Wait.
If you want to see
Matt?
more of my...
Was Matt? Or are Matt?
What?
You said
In the
was
production,
Matt?
he was Matt. It is a normal way to speak, Graham.
I thought it was in past tense. I was like, wait, who are you going to be? So sorry.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I got a D&D session tomorrow, so I'm going to be the Rat King tomorrow, if I recall. Yeah, that's all. Anyway, if you want to see more of my DMing, on Mondays and Tuesdays at 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time, tune in to Odd Tornado Productions on Twitch and YouTube, where we stream other campaigns with a whole different set of party members. On Mondays, tune in for Under Locks and Keys, featuring a party of globetrotting treasure hunters assembling the artifacts of the gods to unlock a valuable treasure. And Tuesdays for Of Black Ink and Blue Blood, featuring a party of politicians and nobles trying to unravel a political conspiracy if they can just stop stabbing each other in the back long enough. And if you want to see my writing and more of this world without having to worry about chat crits and inspiration and advantage, then check out my webcomic on Webtoon and Tapas Undercommon, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. Other than that, if I'm forgetting anything, check out Odd Tornado Productions official on Tumblr to find links to anything I may have forgotten. And I think that's about it from me. You guys are level 18 now. Only a few threats remain, and we are on the verge of wrapping this up.
Oh, that makes me so sad. My heart. Oh God.
It's okay. I have so many one shots I want to run with this party later.
Wonderful. All right, everyone. It is that time of the night again where I need to say goodbye to you. And even though it's goodbye for now, it's not goodbye forever. It's literally goodbye for until next time we see each other. So, because I can't tell you daily, stay happy, stay healthy, and stay hydrated, you're gonna have to take care of yourself because I'm not there right now. But I'll be back next week. So, before we leave, I just want to give a wonderful shout out to our audience who are all phenomenal beings. Thank you for all the biddies, all the donos, all the subscriptions. They go to character art and, hopefully one day down the line paying a DM. So we can pay Matt for all the hard work Matt does. And other various DMs so that their stories can be the focus of their creations. But until then, we're just gonna keep doing what we do, which is character art. But if you love this and you want to get in touch with us, or you just want to hang out with cool people, we do have a Discord that you can DM me. Most people here know me on Discord, so then I can add you to it. It's super secret, super safe, because your safety matters. But we're gonna go raid a wonderful friend of mine, because speaking of friends and good times, we're gonna raid my friend Ouija. Ouija is playing Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. If you don't know Ouija has a very fantastic beard and wears very fantastic hats. You can find me and Ouija playing Hunt Showdown semi-regularly, where we always die. Like, we will say, man, that field looks really good to run through. Sure hope no one takes a pot shot at us. And we always die in that field. But sometimes we don't. Sometimes we don't. So, we're gonna raid Ouija. And you know what? Let's just say, hey, Ouija, we love you. That's all we gotta say. Because you know what? Ouija's amazing and deserves to know that. So, please join me in raiding our wonderful friend Ouija. Who, oh, never mind. Well, you know what? He has follower or subscriber only chat, so give him a follow if you can. And we'll see you soon. So, goodbye for now, and we'll see you